think that overall, this situation is not to India's interest, and it's going to set back progress we have made, especially with the connectivity, also with the anti-India elements that are operating there. Sheikh Hasina government has gone an extra mile to ensure that India's security interests are well taken care of,
Okay.
and and more so, especially from the strategic perspective,
Right.
tactical perspective, and also from the economic perspective.
General Dwivedi, I'm going to come to some of those aspects. I need to take a very short break. What happens going forward? Bangladesh-China cooperation, Pakistan-Bangladesh cooperation, will that increase? The security implications for India. We come back with also the immediate focus. What happens in the next 24 to 48 hours? I request all my colleagues to stay with us. Rolling coverage of the Bangladesh turmoil continues. We come back after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ results ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the turmoil that has gripped Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi and I'm joined by General Gigi Dwivedi, who's a defense analyst, to decode the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and the security implications that arise from it. On your screens, viewers, are those images of vandalism and violence that protesters in Bangladesh have resorted to, even though their number one demand, that Sheikh Hasina should resign as Prime Minister, has been met. The violence and vandalism continues even as the army chief has appealed for calm. He's appealed for protesters to end their violence and go back. The army chief has also promised that there will be an interim government soon, but the security implications of this and the very latest that is happening in Bangladesh is what the focus will be over the next 30 minutes. Let me also get in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on what's happening. Ghazali, Sheikh Hasina's plane is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon. Talk to us what is happening right now behind the scenes. What is it that your sources within the government are telling you? How are they going to approach this situation right now?
See, the governments, especially the Ministry of External Affairs sources, are tight-lipped about how she will be received, whether there will be any government representative at the airport to see her or not, or what could be the duration of her stay. Because India is also maintaining a close eye on what is happening in Bangladesh. They don't want to be seen as somebody who has facilitated her escape from Bangladesh. And I'll just give you one update which you're getting from the Students Against Discrimination, that one group which was spearheading this anti-quota stuff in Bangladesh. They have issued a statement after the army said that there will be an interim government. They have said that the power transfer in Bangladesh should be done after prior consultation with the protesters, because they say that they have lost more than 100 people since yesterday. More than 100 people have died or been killed in this protest, so they should be consulted before somebody is appointed as in charge of the interim government in Bangladesh. But as far as Sheikh Hasina's arrival in Delhi is concerned, what we're picking up is that MEA is very tight-lipped about the situation. No one knows that who is going to be at the airport, but certainly there will be back-channel talks which are going on because she's arriving in Delhi.
Tell us, what is her final destination? Where is she headed from India? Where is she headed from Delhi? Tell us that.
Her niece is a parliamentarian in UK, so what we are being told is that she will be departing with her sister. She will be going to London after refueling here at Delhi airport. So her final destination will be London. She is not going to stay here in Delhi for a very long time. It will be ensured that she leaves for London as soon as the refueling is done at the Delhi airport.
Do we know who will be meeting her from the Indian side? Any idea the protocol that could be extended? She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh.
Yes, now she's the former Prime Minister, but there is no word as of now that who will be at the airport to see her, whether any Indian government official will go and receive her there. But all the assistance will be provided to her once she lands here in Delhi.
Okay, so along with Sheikh Hasina, her sister Sheikh Rahana is also traveling with her. And as reports seem to suggest right now, and as what Ghazali, my colleague, is telling, that they are headed to London right now, and there's no word on how Indian government is viewing this unprecedented situation in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina will be in Delhi for some time. Stay with us. I want to quickly get in a word from Vishal, and then I get in General Dwivedi as well. Vishal, now talk to us about the latest that is happening in terms of the protests that are happening. Visuals are coming in as we speak. We are taking them also for our viewers to see that the vandalism is going unabated. It's as if the army chief's appeal is having absolutely no impact on the protesters. What do they really want?
So when the protest began about 2 weeks ago, they demanded that the quota that had been extended to relatives of the freedom fighters who had fought in the 1971 war, so that quota should be scaled back. So that demand, that was the main demand of the protesters, and that actually happened, and that was scaled back after the Supreme Court of Bangladesh stepped in and took away that order. But that calm sustained for only a few days. That was just a few days of calm, and then the protesters started their protest again. That was yesterday when the new non-cooperation movement started, and the protest spread across the country, especially in Dhaka. At least 14 police personnel were killed. and some children and women were also murdered. Some were, lynched. Some were killed brutally. So there were reports all across the country that people were getting killed. Police were firing indiscriminately on the people, on the protesters. So there were some other videos on social media showing that the Bangladesh army had actually stepped in and supported the people in some areas. So all of that was happening, and then we heard the reports that Sheikh Hasina has finally stepped down. That was after weeks of protest, after at least 300 people had been killed, and these protests, as you rightly mentioned, have not really stopped after this major decision by the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. They still continue to ransack properties. They continue to take down statues across the country. So that remains to be seen how the army, which has promised that it will bring calm to the country, how the army will actually do that. It has promised that an interim government will be formed soon with the remaining parties. But how that will happen, that remains to be seen, because as you mentioned earlier, the BNP did not fight the elections last time. So how they will work around that, that remains to be seen.
Yes, indeed, Vishal, it remains to be seen how this situation will be brought back to normal. Army chief did also say that there will not be any unprecedented shooting incident or any of that against the protesters. The army chief assured that the protesters will not be shot at, but he's also appealed for calm, but you're not seeing that. Let's get in some of those visuals as we get in General Dwivedi as well. And but first up, viewers tuning in right now, Sheikh Hasina, the 5-time Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country in an unprecedented security situation. She first came to power in 1996, was there till 2001, and since 2009, she has been in power. The longest serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh. This was her 4th term. The 4th term started on a note which led to many questions being asked about the elections itself, which was boycotted by the opposition. And since then, there has been a clamor that this election was not conducted in a free and fair manner, and democracy and democratic traditions in Bangladesh were being compromised by Sheikh Hasina. All of that finally led to her ouster, with her now being on way to London with a quick stopover in Delhi. General Dwivedi, I want to first now ask you is that what about the Indo-Bangla border? We'll come to the other aspects related to Pakistan and China, but first the border. That's the immediate security threat, isn't it? It's a porous border.
No, absolutely, because India-Bangladesh border is about 4,050 kilometers, and it's a porous border and a very sensitive border, because as it is, a lot of infiltration and trans-border, breaches take place, and this border is very, very sensitive. I see two very important developments that are taking place. Firstly, Hindu minority population in Bangladesh is very vulnerable. In fact, when we fought the war, that time Hindu population was about 23%, today it's only 8%, and they'll be the first targets. And you can expect a lot of refugees coming in, point number one. And secondly, this is the time when the anti-India forces will gain ground. And therefore, in both the perspective, I think the border is very sensitive, and rightly so. Our security forces, especially guarding the border, must be on full alert, because the sensitivity, the porousness of border, and the length of the border, which is about 4,050 odd kilometers. Gauri.
Okay, let's stay with us, General Dwivedi, because I want to also get in my colleague Shreya as well as Vasudha Venugopal to give us the very latest that's happening. Shreya, you are at the airport. Tell us what's the latest that's coming in. It seems there are some reports suggesting that it could be senior IAF officials, that is the Indian Air Force officials, who could be receiving Sheikh Hasina, but no word is yet, no final confirmation is yet. Over to you. Give us the very latest.
That's right. There is no final confirmation here. We do not see the arrival of Sheikh Hasina, although there are these unconfirmed reports that she will sort of stop over here in New Delhi, and she's on her way to London. And she's, of course, as per sources, she has stopped in northeast city Agartala, the capital of Tripura, which is also the closest to Dhaka. But there are no signs here in the Indira Gandhi National Airport. We do not see any inkling of her arrival anytime soon. But of course, we are aware that India has sort of decided to offer her a safe passage through the Indian airspace following her request from Dhaka. And as for now, in New Delhi, we do not see any inkling of her arrival.
So this is in fact one of the questions that I'm sure we'll have an answer to during the broadcast itself. Shreya is standing at the IGI airport, but it's a military aircraft in which Sheikh Hasina and her sister Sheikh Rahana are traveling. So there's a fair chance that it may not be the IGI airport, but probably the Hindon Air Base. No clarity, no confirmation as yet, but possibility. Okay, Vasudha, you are at the Bangladesh High Commission. Tell us, how is it that the Indian government is monitoring this situation right now? Unprecedented, a lot of flux right now in our neighbor. Every challenge that could be anticipated is very much on the anvil right now.
Absolutely, Gauri, and we know we have seen this before in our neighborhood. We have seen things going really bad in Sri Lanka. We have seen what happened in Afghanistan and also in Myanmar. So this is a repeat of what we've seen. But Bangladesh is extremely pivotal when it comes to India's own Look East policy, and specifically with regard to India's efforts to stall China's predominance and influence in this region. I'm coming to you live from the Bangladesh High Commission, and like you rightly pointed out, Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi very shortly. But there is some sort of understanding that she would not be landing in the Palam airport, and there could be one of the other airstrips that she could be using. It could be either Hindon airstrip or anything else, but you know, there is a likelihood that she will not follow the conventional airport route, and we are not very sure as to what the diplomatic parameters would be. In the past also, India has given refuge to leaders who have faced protests in their country, but this is a very specific thing because there are allegations of high-handedness and also rigging of polls that Sheikh Hasina faces. Other than that, there is a lot of anger against her. These protests in Bangladesh started on the 1st of July, and these are mainly student-led, and this is because there was a court in Bangladesh which basically ruled in favor of reinstating 30% quota in jobs for family members of freedom fighters, which in some ways was seen as favoring members of Awami League. And today, if you see the visuals of what is happening in Bangladesh, offices of Awami League are being burnt down. So clearly there is anger against the party for basically, using undemocratic, conventions to, in some ways allegedly steal the mandate. Remember that Sheikh Hasina has been in power since 2009, and it's in January that she came back as the Prime Minister of the country for the 4th consecutive term. So clearly she has a lot of power in her hands, and there are many questions that are being asked, which is why India will be very careful, considering that it will have a lot of answering to do. Khaleda Zia, the main opponent of Sheikh Hasina, has been critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi's friendship in the last 10 years. And like we were talking about how the last 10 years for bilateral ties between these two countries has been seen as a golden age of diplomacy. In Bengali, they say it's a Shunali Adhyay. So that basically saw a lot of projects take place in port connectivity, infrastructure, energy, movies, and also enhancing cultural relations. But then that seems to be a thing of the past, because clearly Sheikh Hasina is, her house has been seized, Gana Bhavan has been seized. She had to flee from Bangladesh along with her sister in extremely surreptitious circumstances, and now she could be landing in Delhi anytime soon. This is in some ways a very diplomatic dilemma for India, but of course, our foreign ministry officials are very adept at this, and we have somebody like Dr. S. Jaishankar, who actually met her on the 24th of June. So she was here just a few weeks ago for the swearing in and also for the bilateral meeting, and she's been a regular visitor to India. She's been a trusted ally, but clearly when it comes to foreign policy, India will put its own interests first, and that will possibly reflect in its understanding and approach to this issue as well.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. General Dwivedi, now as we talk about the security implications, there's also a bit of a diplomatic area that India needs to now find sort of the best possible solution to, which is that this was an election, Sheikh Hasina's election in January was supported by India. India was one of the few allies that Bangladesh had, that Sheikh Hasina had at the time this election was being questioned in several quarters. The election result eventually led to Sheikh Hasina's ouster as well, because there was a fair bit of anger around the election itself because it was boycotted by the opposition party. How do we go from here diplomatically as we wade through these uncertain diplomatic waters from here on?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Sorry, I
sir.
missed
Yes,
out your...
loud and clear, sir. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are right that as diplomatically, it's a very sensitive issue. India has to do some tightrope walking because let's face the fact that relationship between India and Bangladesh during Sheikh Hasina's time were, I think, very harmonious and very favorable to India. In fact, she was seen as someone who is pro-India, and that was not being liked because on the ground, India doesn't have a very favorable, kind of image or sentiments as far as Bangladesh general public is concerned. Now, there are two issues. One is that what we achieved over the last 10, 12 years is going to be nullified. Secondly, how we are going to build a new relationship with the new dispensation which comes in. For next couple of months is the army which will be running the interim government. And fortunately, between Indian army and the army of Bangladesh, there's a good harmonious relationship.
I want to address some breaking
understand.
news coming in on the broadcast. Sheikh Hasina has landed. Let's get that. Okay, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed at the Hindon airport. She also has her sister, Sheikh Rahana, with her. And they will be here for a short period of time and then are likely to move ahead to their final destination, which is expected to be the UK. Now, how long will she be here? What is the kind of diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her? Will she reach out to anybody in the security establishment in New Delhi? Are all questions. Let's change that. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed in Delhi right now at the Hindon airport. Let's get in Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on this. Ghazali, as we've been talking, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. Tell us what could be the next few steps for as long as she's on Indian soil.
This is particularly done, Gauri, to ensure that she was not landing there at the IGI airport, or the Palam airport, or any such airstrip, and at the Hindon Air Base. So Air Force officials will be receiving her there, and it was also to ensure her safety and privacy. Right now, we are not in the know of the things that how she will proceed from there or where she will be proceeding from there. But we know that her stay is going to be of a very brief duration, after which she will be moving to London. Now, whether Indian government has sent out some message to her or not, with the involvement of Indian Air Force officials being there, certainly Indian government is involved there. As of now, we just know that she has landed there at the Hindon Air Base, and after which she will be flying out to London. But the duration of after how long she'll be flying to London is not known yet. But we only know that with her sister, she has finally landed here at Hindon Air Base. So all these reports that she was going to some other country has been proven wrong. She has rightly come to her neighborhood in India, and certainly Indian government has been coordinating when it comes to her departure, or say escape from Bangladesh at a time when people are on the ground there.
Okay, so Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon Air Base. Remember, that's not a civilian air base. It's a military air base. She was in a military jet because Sheikh Hasina had cut some sort of a deal with the army, which is why she got the exit that she did, even though there were 4 lakh protesters on the streets of Dhaka today, and she did manage to leave Bangladesh safely. She's landed here. In the next couple of minutes, we'll have an idea as to how long she will be here, whether or not there'll be any communication with anybody from the Indian security establishment. Could it be just a refueling break? Remember, it's a long flight from here on to UK. I want to tell our viewers that Sheikh Hasina's father, Mujibur Rahman, had also come to India during former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's tenure. That time he had sought refuge, and India was at the forefront of helping Bangladesh get freedom. So it's 50 years later, it's Sheikh Hasina who's here. Circumstances are different. Her stay would also be different. But this is important to tell our viewers tuning in right now that Sheikh Hasina is in India. She's in Delhi, just like her father was before 1971, along with the entire family. I believe my memory serves me right, 5 sons as well. But the big story, Sheikh Hasina, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has landed at the Hindon Air Base. She was traveling in a military jet. She'd cut a deal with the Bangladesh army, and which is why she got an exit. Whether it was honorable, whether it was dishonorable is the big question that we'll come back and talk more on. But the in Bangladesh continues, even as the diplomatic huddle that is likely to follow for India is also expected to continue next couple of hours. How India will approach Bangladesh, how India will approach Sheikh Hasina's departure, and how India will approach the security implications of this is all that I'm going to come back and talk more on. But on that note, we slip into a very, very short break as we come back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more.
Hello and welcome to NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh. On your screens are the latest updates coming in, breaking news. Former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has landed at the Indian Air Force Air Base at Hindon. She was travelling in a military jet along with her sister, Sheikh Rahana. Both of them have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi, near Delhi, and are en route, likely to be en route to London from here on. How long will they stay? The diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her. Who are the likely people, if at all, somebody will meet her? Are the questions that we will ask. But first up, the headlines coming in this evening at 6 p.m. Bangladesh army takes over. Sheikh Hasina has landed in India. Former Prime Minister has been ousted and fled the nation amidst unprecedented protests. Army announces that an interim government will be formed, even as army chief appealed for peace and asked protesters to stop the vandalism. An angry mob stormed into Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence. Protesters vandalized Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace was also ransacked by angry protesters. Bangladeshi journalist joining us live on the broadcast to give us the very latest of the flux that's unfolding in the state. Tell us, sir, what's the... Masoom Khan joins us on the broadcast. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, my first question, tell us what's the latest that's happening on ground? What's the situation? Is there any possibility of a calm now coming in, given that the number one demand of protesters has been met? Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Khan, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, NDTV, India. Bangladesh, this situation is very critical situation. Long week, the Bangladeshi student and Bangladeshi people, many demand our honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. But 2 days ago, student and people asked one demand: resign Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This situation is a very dangerous situation. Our country, Bangladesh, this situation country leave Sheikh Hasina and Sheikh Hasina's sister Sheikh Rehana landing our friend country India. This time our army chief and others Air Force chiefs, others law enforcement person meeting honorable President at Bangabhavan. This situation so long time disaster.
I'll take two more,
our country, yes. This situation is a very critical situation. Our Bangladesh decision destroyed Bangabhavan, destroyed our parliament Bhavan, and so another Awami League party office. This situation has destroyed any Mahanagar, Jela, Awami League party office, and this time our army chief at press conference 4 p.m. at Bangladesh, he asks any situation under control, and he all others general this night meeting at president, and this time all our Bangladeshi people wish a peaceful meeting at our Army General.
This is what I want to ask you, sir, that if everybody wants peace, the army chief has said that there will not be any hostile action that will be taken against protesters. He's asked for calm. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. So why is it that protesters are not ending their protests now? How long will this continue? And the scale at which the vandalism is happening is unprecedented.
Thank you. This situation, Army chiefs press conference, all are our TV and print and electronic media journalists, and he says peaceful, all students, all the people. This time, peace and peacefully, the systemic, this long time. We recognize at this time Bangladesh is very a dangerous situation run.
Okay, all right, Mr. Khan, thanks so much for joining us. Yes, it's a dangerous situation because of the scale of political uncertainty that's engulfed Bangladesh right now and the serious security challenges it's throwing up to the entire region. Thanks so much for giving us that update, and I'm going to get my colleagues to fill us in with the very latest. Vasudha Venugopal joins us live from Bangladesh High Commission. So does Saurabh, who's joining us from Kolkata to fill us in on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. Saurabh, to you first. You've been working the phones to get us the latest on what's happening on ground. Talk to us. How long will this political uncertainty continue? Who could be the interim prime minister? How soon could the elections take place? Is the army now keen to have a longish stay in terms of having a hold over the country right now? Tell us, what is it that you're picking up on any or all of this?
Well, the first is that return to normalcy. That's still some time away, and I can tell you that because the Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30 in the evening due to the unrest. An Indigo flight from Chennai, which was heading to Dhaka, is headed back to Kolkata to refuel and go back to Chennai. Meanwhile, the special Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is presumed to have been carrying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India now. It has flown over Indian airspace for the last couple of hours or so, having taken off from Kurmitola and then flown in a direction towards Kolkata, and have then, of course, having flown onwards through Indian airspace. And we believe that it would have been in India now. And what we've been given to understand is Hindon Air Base is where that aircraft is. That's one thing that we've been given to understand from authorities, and also, several social media handles that have been tracking the progress of that Bangladesh Air Force flight, which also we had been tracking on NDTV right from the start. Now, apart from that, what next? Well, a semblance of normalcy will return, perhaps once an interim government is formed. Right now, the situation is fluid, it's volatile. We have pictures of people, barging into Ganabhabon, the official residence of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, till just about a few hours ago. And now you have absolutely random people, right in the bedroom, moving around the official residence, walking off with whatever they can. Some people, putting pictures on social media of enjoying a feast inside the Prime Minister's, residence. So these are pictures that are still emerging from Bangladesh and Dhaka, which means that law and order and peace is still far from returning. Which means
how do we get that peace? That's the immediate focus. How do we get that peace, Saurabh? How do we ensure, or how will the army chief ensure that peace comes in? That's the first priority, isn't it? How do you ensure that calm prevails after what has been an unprecedented security situation?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to have that interim government in place, because then you can take decisions, then you can set things in order. But what has also happened is that, we were asking a question, reporters in Dhaka were asking a question about the interim government, when the army chief said, look, the more questions you ask me, the more you delay me. Obviously, hinting at forming that interim government. And that is something that we're still not clear about. Who forms this interim government? Because remember, the Awami League, which had been elected in an election that was held in Bangladesh in January this year, was not represented at that meeting before. Now, Sheikh Hasina, of course, we are being told, quit on an ultimatum from the army. But now, of course, the focus is on forming that interim government in Dhaka. And Dhaka right now is volatile. Dhaka is not peaceful. Dhaka has protesters around on the streets who are doing as they wish. We've seen pictures, mind-boggling pictures actually, to see a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who really is the founder, the founding father of the country, his statue being vandalized. So these are, absolutely mind-boggling visuals that we've seen over the day in the dramatic evacuation of Sheikh Hasina from the official residence, just perhaps, maybe not even an hour before it was stormed. And then, of course, that aircraft flying out of Kurmitala and heading to India. But obviously the focus is now on that interim government. There are meetings on, high-level meetings on in Dhaka. The army chief is expecting to put an interim government in place. Of course, the army is going to play a major role in all of this, but that interim government is something that's the need of the hour. Every minute without a government in Dhaka is actually prolonging the chaos that prevails on the streets of Dhaka and Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Saurabh. There is chaos and chaos everywhere. But this interim government, how soon it's formed, is really going to be the key focus area for India as well. Vasudha, let me bring you in on that. That's exactly what India would also be now keeping a very close watch on. Who will lead this interim government? How long will it stay? When will the elections happen in Bangladesh? This political uncertainty, how long will it go on, is going to be now India's top focus as well.
Absolutely, Gauri. And let me tell you, when I came to this Bangladesh High Commission just a few hours ago, I was talking to some staff members there, and all of them had these black badges of protest. And while most of them did not want to talk about it, at least one or two did say that their sympathies are with the student protesters. So clearly the protests that started on the 1st of July in Bangladesh, that have rocked the country to an extent that its Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who has been at the helm of this country since 2009, had to resign and flee from the country. So many of them are actually in support of that. That actually reflects the situation in the country, and it also shows that there could be far-reaching circumstances of what has happened in Bangladesh, not just in India but also in the entire neighborhood. What we hear now is that Sheikh Hasina has already landed in the Hindon air base, which is in Loni district of Ghaziabad, and this is also, I remember, one of those airstrips where a lot of people who were fleeing from Afghanistan used to sort of land in. I'm told that no diplomatic protocol was awarded to her because she no longer is the head of the state, or for that matter, so for instance, there are diplomatic protocols that the MEA sort of puts in place, and because she's not a head of a state, that she was not accorded one. But clearly there is a possibility that she could be recording a video statement. She could be releasing that soon. Local media has reported that, Bangladeshi local media has reported that she was not even allowed to record that media because people had barged into the Gana Bhavan, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister, and she had to flee from there, from Dhaka, along with her sister. So clearly, this is a difficult time for Bangladesh. India is keeping a close watch on this. Yes. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the country, and Sheikh Hasina have been trusted allies, but Bangladesh is a pivotal country for India when it comes to checking the influence of China, and India is sure that it will put its own interest ahead of everything else. So that is why, when it comes to border issues, this is also the time that India will sort of, put in measures, proactive measures to ensure that India will not have to face the brunt of the tragedy that is unraveling in Bangladesh.
Stay with us, Vasudha. That's a very important update that you've given, that no diplomatic protocol was extended to Sheikh Hasina because she's no longer the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Former Ambassador Baswati Mukherjee joins us on the broadcast, and along with Brahmacharani, Strategic Affairs expert. Thanks much for speaking to me on this developing, unprecedented story that's unfolding in our neighborhood. Ma'am, to you first, Ambassador Mukherjee, the fact is that as things stand right now, there is a great security risk that India is staring at, a political flux and a vacuum that Bangladesh is itself now engulfed in. what should be the immediate focus areas that India should now prioritize towards ensuring or bringing in some semblance of normalcy?
Well, first of all, I think the most important thing is to secure our citizens who are in Bangladesh, our High Commission, our diplomats, and also to think about the fate of the minorities in Bangladesh, the Hindus who are there, Bangladeshi citizens. I hope and pray that the mob will not turn on them. They were 26% when Bangladesh became independent. Today they are less than 5%. These are matters which would inflame public opinion in India. We would need to secure our borders to ensure that there is no refugee exodus in an uncontrolled manner. We would need to wait and watch and see what kind of interim government is being formed, what are the sympathies of that government, whether the army is going to be actually forming a civilian government or is going to first take charge. But in my perspective, watching what you're showing on the screen and earlier on social media, it would appear to me that the first thing that the army needs to do in Bangladesh is to establish rule of law and to make the mob go back home. Unless that is done, Bangladesh is in turmoil and is unraveling. So the first need of the hour, which is an internal matter of Bangladesh, it's not for India to comment on it, is to establish rule of law and law and order in Bangladesh. Once that is done, as far as India is concerned, we are the closest, one of the closest neighbors. We have actually helped to liberate Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman is the founding father of Bangladesh. Very painful to see his statue being desecrated. But this is foreign policy. Situations change in neighboring countries. We need to wait and watch and see what kind of government is formed, and that government should be formed as soon as possible so that law and order can be brought back. It seems to me to be very strange that so much of turmoil and chaos could happen within 24 hours, particularly because the Supreme Court of Bangladesh had already rolled back the original issue which had caused conflict, which was the reservation issue, which had been accepted by the government. And at that point of time, it had seemed as if the protests would die down. Therefore, it would appear to me that these protests actually are very political in nature, and we would need to see whether they would also take an anti-India direction.
Yes.
In that case, it would be of great concern to India. It would be of great concern for the safety of our citizens who are there, of the students who remain, and of course of the minorities, the Bengali Hindus who had stayed back in Bangladesh when it became independent. I come, by the way, from Bangladesh myself, from Dhaka. My parents come from Dhaka, and the security of the Hindus holding Bangladeshi passports would be on our mind definitely as we watch the chaos unraveling on the streets of Dhaka.
Okay. Mr. Chilani, to you, I want to ask that, some of the questions and some of the very important aspects that Ambassador Mukherjee also raised, which is that how political are these protests in nature? Are they being instigated throughout this year? In fact, the whole of 2024, ever since elections results came out, Sheikh Hasina cried hoarse that there was foreign hand in instigating these protests, and also talking about the election results in a certain manner, colored the verdict that came in. How do you see these protests, and whether or not there's actually a foreign element in terms of instigating these protests and its India impact?
That's an important question. What we know is that the Biden administration began targeting Hasina's government last year in the run-up to the national elections in Bangladesh. And the Biden administration even threatened to impose sanctions on key officials of the Hasina government. And when Hasina went to Washington last year to attend World Bank meetings, not a single official of the Biden administration met with her. And then more recently, we have seen signs of China being angered by Hasina's decision to award the multi-billion-dollar Teesta project to India. China had been ready to execute that project, but Prime Minister Modi persuaded Sheikh Hasina to award that project to India because that project is coming up near India's chicken neck, and India did not want the presence of Chinese technicians and other workers in that sensitive area. So we know that powerful external forces were aligned against Sheikh Hasina, that it would take just 48 hours for a government to fall and fall so dramatically, with the army chief, not Sheikh Hasina, making the announcement of a departure, is very striking. It has, shocked many people, including me, that her government would fall so suddenly, so abruptly. And yet, I think for India, the developments in Bangladesh are of direct concern because whatever happens in Bangladesh directly impinges on India. India surrounds Bangladesh on three sides, and on one side is the Bay of Bengal. Bangladesh has a very narrow corridor with Myanmar. So developments in Bangladesh do hold direct implications for India. And also, as Ambassador Mukherjee pointed out, that the forces that were behind these protests are not exactly forces that are friendly to India. These forces that were either spearheading the protests or backing the protests, these elements included the Jamaat Islami, the BNP, which traditionally have been very anti-India, and we do not know what kind of new government will take office in Dhaka, whether the Awami League will have any role to play in the new government, whether these anti-India elements will gain some sway in the new government. All this has a bearing on India's security.
Indeed, indeed. And let me get that to Ambassador Mukherjee before I slip into a break, ma'am, which is that forces that may be or are inimical to India could play a very important political role going forward in Bangladesh. What should be our priorities in securing our strategic calculus?
The first and most important thing as a large neighbor and as a Bengali, I can tell you, is there's one thing that is similar in both parts of Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh, which is that Bengalis are hypersensitive about what they perceive as interference in their internal affairs. So it would be wise and prudent to do what we are doing, which is maintaining a diplomatic silence and allowing events to run their course while we watch them with horror on your TV screen, on our TV screens. We would have to act, as I said, if they go actively after Hindus, if they try to start killing Indian citizens, if they try to kill our students, and worst of all, if they attack the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and our consulates spread out over Bangladesh, that would be of immediate concern, and we would have to deal with it as any large nation would need to deal with it. I don't have to discuss it on national television. The other issue, which is of immediate concern, is the securing of our large border with Bangladesh to ensure that forces inimical to India and inimical to our national interests don't force their way in through that long border. Therefore, I see on the screen that the BSF is on high alert. We may be moving in our army to secure the border further. Please don't forget also that this has huge implications on what we call the chicken's neck, on the northeast, on the security of the entire northeast, on the security of my home state, West Bengal, and moreover, the impact it must be having right now as we speak on public opinion all over India, but particularly in West Bengal, which is directly impacted, and where many are descendants like me of families who were originally for centuries settled in Dhaka, Bikrampur, in what we call East Bengal before partition. And they would be particularly sensitive to the fate of Bengali Hindus who opted to stay on in Bangladesh because they thought that that is the country of their identity and culture, etc. Moreover, it is very ironical that Bangladesh broke free from the yoke of Pakistan military rule because they said that language and culture is more important. Bengali language and culture is more important than religion. But today, it would appear to me that the situation is so volatile that it could turn in the opposite direction.
Yes.
They could try to argue that ultimately the religious identity is more important than the Bengali language culture. So then definitely it would take an anti-India, anti-Hindu turn, and then definitely we would have to, not on national television, but quietly sit and look at our strategic options.
Okay.
Because we cannot sit by and watch Hindus or Indians being killed on the streets of Bangladesh.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to slip into a very short break, but we come back with this and lots more on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and its many implications for India, from strategic to military to the humanitarian angle that it may unleash for us as well. But it's time for a quick break. Rolling coverage continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Army coup in Bangladesh. Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina ousted, flees nation amidst unprecedented protests. Angry mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace ransacked. Where is Sheikh Hasina finally headed? Flight radar says that she was spotted over Kolkata. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina entered Indian airspace, landed at the Hindon Air Base. But what's her final destination?
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. It's in turmoil. There is political flux. There is uncertainty that is of unprecedented levels. So on your screen are some of those visuals of when the protesters took to streets, vandalized the most historic areas and places of Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman's statue was vandalized. The father of Bangladesh, his statue was vandalized. The Bongo Bhavan, where Sheikh Hasina used to be, has been vandalized. Then the museum has been as well. Even as the army chief has called for calm, asked protesters to go back, their number one demand has been met. Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country. She didn't even have enough time to actually deliver a video message. It was done by the army chief when he told Bangladesh and the world that the Prime Minister has fled due to a serious security issue. 4 lakh protesters, according to some reports, were on the streets of Dhaka protesting against Sheikh Hasina. What happens next in Bangladesh? The security implications it has for India. The humanitarian aspect of this entire crisis. Could it lead to more Bangladeshis wanting to enter India? Those are questions that the Indian diplomatic, strategic and security establishment is now grappling with. But first up, let's listen in to what Mamata Banerjee had to say, Bengal Chief Minister, on what is happening in Bangladesh.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না। যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশ সেটা দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
Okay, that was Mamata Banerjee saying that Bengal, like India, is standing in Bangladesh's need of our my colleagues Saurabh Gupta and Mohammad Ghazali joining us on this broadcast. Saurabh, to you first, joining us live from Kolkata. Give us the very latest that's happening there. A very close vigil is what West Bengal is also now keeping on how things are unfolding in Bangladesh.
Well, let me tell you, the parliament in Bangladesh, since Dhaka, has been stormed. Protesters are occupying parliament. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence has been stormed. The gates have been breached. Protesters have enjoyed a meal, looted the residence, including saris, including utensils, including whatever they could lay their hands on. They've taken it and walked out. Chaos prevails on the streets of Dhaka. Television stations have been attacked. And of course, there is absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka. The Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30, given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. So obviously, absolute chaos and anarchy in Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. And this, of course, follows the resignation of Sheikh Hasina, who then, of course, had to evacuate from her residence just minutes before it was stormed. And she, of course, had to take a helicopter. And then, of course, she has been flown out of Bangladesh. We have been given to understand that a special Bangladesh Air Force plane has landed at the Hindon Air Base along with Sheikh Hasina. Now, perhaps the indications of Sheikh Hasina going to resign were there from yesterday. Yesterday onwards, the situation started getting bad. Yesterday, almost about, many were killed in the protests. But it was difficult to fathom that it would all happen so soon. But in the morning also, there were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina would step down, but not in this fashion that we've seen that has played out through the day, where she's had to flee, she's had to leave the country. Protesters have stormed Ganobhavan, the residence of the Prime Minister, stolen saris, stolen paintings, and basically anything that they could lay their hands on, they've walked off with. Also, they've, stormed parliament. They're sitting in parliament right now. And, you can see protesters in the parliament in Bangladesh. It's called the Jatiyo Sangshad. So that is the situation that prevails. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation. An Indigo flight that was headed to Dhaka made a
From
U-turn,
Dhaka, from
diverted
Ground
to
Zero,
Kolkata,
Salman
has
Saeed
refueled
joins
in
us
Kolkata.
live on the broadcast. Salman, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, explain to us, talk to us, what is happening on ground right now? How is the situation anywhere close to being under control, or is it as bad as some of the visuals seem to indicate?
Currently, I'm right now standing in front of the Parliament building. It's just behind, few meters ahead. It's the intersection here. Thousands of people are in the streets celebrating the victory. Victory! Everyone is showing the peace signs. If you can see behind me, people are all waiting. They're very happy that the military has taken over. I've spoken to a lot of students who are happy now. That a lot of people have expressed their concern that the military has taken over. That there's still some places that have violence have taken place. There's still some places have some violence have taken place, but that's very common. It'll take time to take the whole city under control. But there are people who are very happy. Students have expressed their. The students have fought for the last few weeks. A lot of students dead. People have died. I was just outside 24 hours back. Okay, I'll just let some people talk and then.
No, Salman, I want you to ask a question to them. Ask a question. What is it that they want now?
Sure.
What do they want?
Okay.
Sheikh Hasina has already left the country. Why are they not going back to their houses?
So English. English. Okay. So what do you want now when Sheikh Hasina is gone? What do you want?
Actually,
Yeah.
It's a fully shameful.
Okay.
And we hope in next generation got the democracy.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay. Salman, I want to come back to you.
For the democracy.
Salman, I want to come back to you because
Thank you.
Because in a situation like this, first of all, I want you to be safe. Secondly, I want to ask you this because what is it that these students want? You tell me. Don't ask those questions. You tell me what is it that you feel that these students or these protesters actually want. Everybody wants them to go back.
The student wants, initially it was on their quota. All of their demands were they were there initially it was only the quota, but then they wanted the government down, and they wanted democracy and no more corruption in this country. I've spoken to hundreds of students. And they have expressed that they want a non-corruption country.
Okay, yeah? I see lots of people behind you. It just tells that everybody is still on the streets and nobody is going back despite appeals for calm, despite appeals for normalcy. Final question, Salman. Final question I want to ask you this is there a word that's coming in from the army after the army chief's message? What is happening on ground? Do you see enough police? Do you see enough security? Because this could spiral into a bigger crisis, a security crisis.
Exactly. What I've seen is there are militaries, but there's no police. There's been some violence across. So we will like to just move out. If the crowd is getting too heavier, so we will move away from here, right? Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, that was Salman Saeed. We are trying to reach out to him to get us a sense of how things are right now on ground. You heard and you saw how he was actually completely taken over with the number of people on the streets, giving you an indication how volatile things are on ground and how inadequate the present security infrastructure is, given that lakhs of people still on the streets. Mohammad Ghazali, let me bring you in now. as things on the screens right now are flashes coming in that the External Affairs Minister has met Prime Minister Modi to apprise him of the crisis that's taking place in Bangladesh. Tell us, what is it that's happening in this meeting, a crucial meeting where Prime Minister Modi is getting an update from the External Affairs Minister?
See, Gauri, Sheikh Hasina has landed in India and she has landed at the Hindan Air Base. So certainly, this was all done by the clearance from the government of India, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Defence Services were also involved in it. And perhaps Bangladesh Army Chief was in constant touch with his counterparts here in India. And that is what the latest development is, to which Mr. External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, has gone to apprise the Prime Minister about. And we are also hearing the reports that perhaps Sheikh Hasina is also seeking asylum in UK, though her sister, who is with her, she is already a UK citizen. So to ensure that she leaves India or she gets an asylum in London, in UK, she'll have to leave India in some time. And to apprise the Prime Minister about all these latest developments or what kind of support India can provide in ensuring that they are not seen as Sheikh Hasina back there in Bangladesh when people are out on the street very jubilant that Sheikh Hasina has left the country. So India has to create a very, you can say, India will have to be very cautious about the way it is perceived back in Bangladesh at a time when the country is not stable. People are out on the street. The borders of Bangladesh with the states in India is very porous, as we know about, and that is exactly, these are some of the developments which the External Affairs Minister is apprising the Prime Minister about. The details about Sheikh Hasina's arrival and her future plans from now onwards, that where she'll be heading. Also, what is the ongoing situation back in Bangladesh? Who will be in charge of the interim government? Because the army chief said that the interim government will be installed there, will be elected there. But what will be the procedure? Because you heard the Bangladeshi reporter there, the people want democracy or a government, but after solid consultation with all those who were protesting there. So all the protesters who were out there, they're also demanding that if the new government is elected, anybody who is given the charge for the interim government, it should be done after the consultation with the protesters or the student bodies, which led this entire movement for the last 2-3 months.
Shifting goalpost is what it's looking like. It started with the quota stir. Supreme Court brought it down from 30% to 5%. Now the protesters are still unhappy, and Saurabh, you saw, in fact, the visuals of how Salman Saeed was completely swarmed with so many people around him, indicating that this is a security challenge that could quickly snowball into a major humanitarian crisis for India, especially in Bengal, where you are standing.
Absolutely, and this is a concern that, at the end of the day, we are just about, not even, I think, less than 500 kilometers from Dhaka. So that is, of course, the kind of geography this region has. But let me give you an understanding of what seems to have transpired. Now, when these protests started, they were anti-quota protests. And then, of course, there was a comment by Sheikh Hasina referring to Razakars. Who are the Razakars? The Razakars are perhaps the descendants of the Pakistani army's paramilitary that was deployed in East Pakistan to quell the freedom struggle of what was then known as East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. Who was the founder? Who led that freedom struggle? Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Now, the Indian Army also played a huge role in that crisis, but Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue today has been vandalized, and that will give you an idea of the kind of shifting of goalposts. Because remember, when it began, it was quota protests. We were talking about shifting of goalposts. Then it became Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now Sheikh Hasina has resigned. So what do the protesters want? Why are they still out on the streets? That's a question that everyone is asking. Because remember, Sheikh Hasina is gone. She's left the country. So this is, of course, a crisis that is continuing. There's absolute chaos. Parliament has been stormed. Gana Bhavan has been stormed. Gana Bhavan was the official residence of Sheikh Hasina. People have walked off with saris, with utensils, with, even fish. And there were videos circulating online of people eating inside Gana Bhavan. Parliament has been stormed. Parliament has been occupied by protesters. There is no government. Interim government has not yet been formed. The army has issued no firing orders. So it's an absolute free-for-all, anarchy, chaos on the streets of Dhaka. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. And this is a crisis that has gone from bad to worse. Remember, it's not only about Sheikh Hasina, it's not only about clearly quotas, because that debate was settled, that answer was settled long time ago. The High Court's order was, in the, the higher appellate court brought it down. So this is clearly something which the Awami League, the ruling Awami League has described, or was the ruling rather, I should say, in the past tense now, has described that this was always an illegal attempt at a power grab, is what the Awami League said.
Right.
That, that the quota was just an excuse, the quota protests. But that, having said that, much water has flown under the bridge, and right now the situation remains chaotic. An interim government is what everyone is waiting for.
Yes.
Return to peace, calm is what everyone is waiting for in Dhaka.
Indeed, the situation is volatile and possibly could snowball into something bigger for India, and that's what we need to keep a very close vigil on. But what has Sheikh Hasina been like and her tenure been like for India in the last 10 years? India was the country, that one of the few countries that stood rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina when there were questions asked about her democratic credentials earlier in the year. In the last 10 years, she's had a very good rapport and bond with the Prime Minister Modi, and that has resulted in some very landmark key decisions being taken on both sides. Let's get in Disha Bakshi to tell us on what has Sheikh Hasina's tenure been like for India, what has been the India-Bangla relationship in the last 10 years between these two leaders.
So right, Gauri, in terms of the rapport between PM Modi and Sheikh Hasina and India and Bangladesh in general, as you mentioned, under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we've seen very excellent, very strong ties between India and Bangladesh, and most recently under Modi 3.0, in fact, Sheikh Hasina was the first foreign leader to visit India in this the government's new term. So, and even this visit was crucial for ties between India and Bangladesh, since both countries actually agreed to they had a discussion about the Teesta River Treaty, which has been an important issue between India and Bangladesh, and they agreed to send teams to assess the dam project, and Bangladesh and India had decided to work together to restore this dam project. Apart from that, India and Bangladesh have also worked very closely in anti-terrorism measures and to counter terrorism on the India-Bangladesh border. So in these issues, India and Bangladesh worked very closely together. And as you also mentioned, rightly so, that earlier in the year when Sheikh Hasina secured her fourth term in power in Bangladesh in the elections, there were many countries which criticized the elections, calling it unfair, calling it undemocratic, because the opposition parties did not participate in this election in Bangladesh. But India stood firmly and said that this is Bangladesh's domestic affairs, and that they stood by Bangladesh's elections, calling it fair. So, close ties between India and Bangladesh. So now it's going to be we have to wait and watch to see how ties between India and this new interim government in Bangladesh will look like, because as history has showed, this is not the first time there's been a military takeover or army takeover in Bangladesh. They have a history of army takeovers in their country. But when it comes to ties between India and these military governments, they've not necessarily always been good. But under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, ties between India and Bangladesh were quite strong. And even recently, Sheikh Hasina visited China, and the visit actually ended abruptly and quite early, which indicated that, in a sense, ties between Bangladesh and China weren't necessarily doing so well, which also is, in a sense, highlighting that Bangladesh was shifting closer to India. And especially the fact that the two countries were willing to work together and discuss the Teesta Dam project and the Teesta Dam restoration. So all of these things were crucial in terms of the ties between India and Bangladesh. So now it's really time to wait and watch and see how the situation develops in Bangladesh, and as per resources and reports, Hasina is in Delhi, so it's wait and watch to see what happens next.
All right, we take a very, very short break. We come back with lots more. Rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us. We come back with a very short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil that has engulfed Bangladesh. The latest reports coming in is that Sheikh Hasina, along with her sister Sheikh Rahana, have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi. How long will they stay? Is their final destination set to be London? Could there be changes in it? What happens then in Bangladesh in the next couple of days, weeks? Is our big focus. Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us, joining us live from Kolkata. Saurabh, give us the very latest as things stand right now. Sheikh Hasina she landed at the Hindon Air Base. She was greeted by and there were IAF officials who were there to receive her, given that no diplomatic protocol is to be extended to her. That's what it looks like right now. Talk to us about what is it that you're picking up from your sources.
Well, it's been a day of very dramatic developments. It started early in the morning. There were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina was going to resign, and those indications were reported, but no one would have imagined it would have unfolded in this dramatic fashion. Now, Sheikh Hasina was given an ultimatum by the army to resign. She was also given safe passage because there were protesters that were marching towards Ganobhavan at that point. Ganobhavan is the official residence of the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina's residence till a few hours ago. Now, after that, Sheikh Hasina resigned, and she, of course, evacuated in a helicopter to a safer area, and then, of course, flown out of the country in a Bangladesh Air Force plane. And, of course, she's landed in Hindon, like you just mentioned, and she's currently in India, but like you said again, she's no longer the Prime Minister. So the question of diplomatic protocol is, of course, something that perhaps, is best, left to the judgment of those dealing with issues like these, which are diplomats and officials. But once she left and once that resignation was announced, absolute chaos has unfolded in the streets of Dhaka. And what has happened? Parliament has been occupied by protesters. Ganabhavan, the residence has been stormed. People have looted, ransacked and vandalized the residence, walked off with whatever they could lay their hands on: saris, utensils, food, cutlery, paintings, whatever they could lay their hands on, flower vases, everything. Whatever they could carry off, they've taken. Then also the airport at Dhaka has been shut because of the prevailing chaotic situations in the streets of Dhaka. Also, what we know is that several TV stations have been set on fire. There is no government. An interim government is yet to be formed. Absolute anarchy prevails in Dhaka and Bangladesh till the formation of an interim government. But as we speak, the army also has issued no firing orders, which means the protesters have a field day right now. And what has the Awami League said on this? Now remember, we were talking earlier of where this all began, the genesis of this, and that is of course the anti-quota protests. But the Awami League said that the anti-quota protests were basically a ruse for, what they blamed then was the BNP and Jamaat at an illegal, unconstitutional power grab. But of course, now an interim government will be set up. The army will be largely responsible for maintaining law and order, even though the army chief's clear directions and orders that was made in televised press conferences that no firing on the protesters. But that has also resulted, as you can see, in absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka.
There's anarchy on the streets of Dhaka in Bangladesh. And as of now, with no firing orders, it seems that the unprecedented security issues that are being thrown up due to this turmoil would take a lot more to get them under control. Implications for India on several fronts, from diplomatic to strategic to humanitarian, all that needs to be addressed, even as it remains to be seen how long will Sheikh Hasina be in India. Will it be a quick refueling stopover, or could it be longer? Stay with us. We slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more. Our rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, Novak Djokovic wins Olympic gold.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे नहीं थे, बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Good evening and welcome to our continuous coverage of the situation in Bangladesh, where there has been the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, exiting her country, fleeing from Bangladesh, landing in New Delhi, perhaps for a refueling halt. The status of that we're just going to try and find out. As a result of lakhs of protesters out on the streets, not just in Dhaka, but across the country. Many of these protesters stormed into her residence today. They vandalized her house. They vandalized the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of modern-day Bangladesh, and the father of Sheikh Hasina herself. What about Sheikh Hasina? Where does she go now? Reports suggest that after landing at the Hindon Air Force Base in a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, she may be on her way to London, where she has relatives. The Bangladesh army is in control of the situation in that country. The army chief did a press conference. In that press conference, he said that there is an interim government which is going to be formed, and he's appealed to protesters to stop the killings, to stop the violence, and to ensure that they go home as soon as possible. He's also promised them that all of their demands will be met, and he said that the Bangladesh armed forces will not open fire on any of the protesters. But the big question mark at this juncture, what is the ground situation in Bangladesh? Because it's been absolute, complete anarchy on the streets of Dhaka. The numbers are wildly fluctuating. Lakhs of protesters is what we know, but has that number actually gone up earlier on today to 10 lakh protesters out on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital, as some reports seem to suggest? We don't have that detail just yet. For India, this is a very critical situation. Sheikh Hasina was a close friend of India, and what happens now in that country in a period which might result in a great deal of instability is what India would certainly be worried about. This interim government which comes into place, will they have a firm grip on law and order? What are the contours of any new government which come into place? What is that going to be? But perhaps India's biggest concern right now, and indeed that is the big international concern, is, as I mentioned earlier, peace, a return to law and order, because it is mob justice, vigilante justice in Dhaka, which nobody seems to know where it's headed. In terms of what the government or the army chief now has said in Bangladesh, let's listen in.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
All right, so that's a brief excerpt of what the Bangladesh Army chief said. He said that, look, the police are not going to be attacking anybody. Please listen to us, work with us, and please go back home. Now, for India, obviously, the border states, whether it's Tripura or it is Bengal, they'll be watching that situation very closely indeed. While parts of the border are fenced, there has always been a problem of illegal migration from Bangladesh into India. Any problem or trouble over there, and if there is a situation which develops with minorities being targeted in Bangladesh, this is a larger concern. It doesn't seem to be the case right now. Then obviously that's something that impacts our border states as well, Bengal for sure. Here's what Mamata Banerjee had to say.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না, যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশ সেটা দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে, দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
I think the biggest surprise in terms of what's happened in Bangladesh is the speed at which we've had protests escalate into a prime minister having to flee from her own country, a prime minister who's been in power for several terms, and scenes like what you see on your screen, where a bust, a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who's been idolized around the world, certainly in Bangladesh, the father of Sheikh Hasina herself, is being defiled over there. This was the father of Bangladesh. That is the scene what happened today. There are also lots of videos of people, of protesters entering the Prime Minister's house, of them lying down on her bed, walking off with couches, walking off with furniture, utensils, all of it, as you can see there on your screen. So it was a free-for-all at the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Nobody knows whether she'll be able to come back to Bangladesh, at least anytime soon. And so it's just complete chaos. I mean, scenes which reminded many of the situation in, let us say, Baghdad when Saddam Hussein's regime fell. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal joins us now on the line, and Brigadier V.K. Khanna. Ambassador Dayal, are you surprised at the pace of the developments in Bangladesh despite the intensity of the protests?
Vishnu, I am here in the United States since mid-July, but I've been following the developments in Bangladesh. And I've been very concerned about what has been happening there. What has taken place could not have happened without some external interference. I suspect that there are foreign powers which have been involved in instigating the violence. Of course, there have been street protests. There have been a degree of public anger against the quota system which Sheikh Hasina's government had introduced. But there is no doubt that external powers have played a role in promoting the instability and leading to the overthrow of Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, I would also like to say that I'm concerned because of the fact that Bangladesh is our immediate neighbor. We have been wanting stability in that country. We have been helping to promote economic well-being in Bangladesh, and we have fostered a close relationship with Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, the instability which has now arisen in Bangladesh is of great concern to me because of the fact that we do not want an unstable neighborhood. And I am watching the events in Bangladesh with great concern and anxiety, and I hope that things can settle down there as quickly
All right,
as
Ambassador,
possible.
I'm just interrupting you now because we've got Salman who joins us from Dhaka. He's a reporter near the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Salman, thanks very much for being with us. What is the situation on the ground right now? Are these large crowds going back home? Salman, can you hear me?
I'm right now in
go
near
ahead, Salman.
Bhavan. As you can see, I'm just 100 meters from the Prime Minister's residence, where people have been looting. Some of them are taking plants from the house. Yeah, I've seen on the road people were taking some fans and other loot. But kids, families have come down in the streets to celebrate the victory. You can see the students, the fighters. They are the fighters. They are the real fighters who have got this democracy today.
Salman, is there peace now? Has the violence ended?
And it's the crowded people standing here in front of a bank.
Salman, is that bank being looted?
People are very angry because they can see the Sheikh Hasina's father's name on this building. It's written Bangabandhu Digital University. So they don't like, people are angry. They don't want to see the father of the nation's name on anything. They're very angry, so they're telling to bring it down, bring the signboard down.
All right. Is the army deployed in large numbers? Is the police deployed in large numbers? Is there still violence that you see?
Where they see the Prime Minister's father's name. I will just move forward and show you on the ground how it looks. We are just walking towards Prime Minister's home. It's another few hundred meters from here. As you can see, everyone is rushing freely. They're moving freely. They're celebrating. How are you feeling? একদম মানে ছাকা নাকা চাকাচ্ছন feeling. How do you feel that the democracy has come?
Outstanding. Actually, it's our freedom. We get freedom after 15 years. And we proud our students, about our students. But now we have missed Mugdho, Said, and a lot of students actually.
What is your name?
My name is Sanjida Parvi.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher.
Okay. And how do you feel that the students were the big part of this movement? How do you feel?
Yeah, actually, it is, of course, it's a big part our national and international reputation. Actually, we get honor, we get respect, everything, and finally we won. Actually,
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are moving ahead. Okay, please, can you tell me how do you feel? Why are you in the street?
Very good, and feeling অনেক ভালো আমাদের বাচ্চারা আমাদের নাতি অনেক কিছু দেখছে যে বাংলাদেশ আপডেট হয়েছে আর একজন মানুষ তো এত টাইম থাকা উচিত না ওনাকে কি থাকা উচিত ছিল যে আমরা আসছি আরেকজন উনি আমার ভাষণ দেয় যে আমি চাই না
All right, Salman, we'll come back to you in a moment. That audio is slightly unclear. If you can just get to near the Prime Minister's house and tell us what the situation there is. Just in terms of the sequence of events for the benefit of our viewer, in the first week of July, these students who were protesting against a quota which had been established for the descendants of freedom fighters of the 1971 war, a 30% quota in government jobs, they started protesting, saying that at a time when there is so much economic uncertainty and unemployment, a quota for those who are the next of kin or the descendants of freedom fighters is unacceptable. And so in the first week of July, they started obstructing railways and roads. University students were part of the protests. They led blockades and protests, demanding reforms to the public sector quota system. Prime Minister Hasina dismissed these protests as, and I quote, students wasting their time unnecessarily in the name of the movement. In the third week of July, the protests intensified in Dhaka as reports of 6 people being killed during altercations between protesters and government supporters came to light. The Hasina government shut down schools and universities across the country, imposing a curfew. There were fresh clashes which resulted in at least 32 more deaths and numerous injuries. In the fourth week of July, the Supreme Court of Bangladesh ruled against reinstating job quota. So this was the rollback. However, the ruling of the court did not address the demands of protesters who sought the complete elimination of job reservations for descendants of freedom fighters from the 1971 war. This decision did not satisfy the protesters, and in the first week of August, fresh protests resulted in new fatalities, including 14 police officers. Hundreds of thousands clashed with government supporters, and protesters called for a final protest march on Dhaka, with reports on the 5th of, on Monday or today, indicating major violence and arson as mobs marched towards the Prime Minister's residence, which they later on entered and vandalized and stole things from. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Disha, who's been tracking all the developments on the ground. Disha, it appears to be still a free-for-all on the streets of Dhaka. What else are you getting in terms of what the situation on the ground is? We'll come back to Disha in a moment. Brigadier Khanna, thanks very much for being with us. How closely would Delhi be looking at this situation? Is there, a reason for our armed forces to be particularly alert?
In fact, we have to go and wait and watch as to whatever is happening there. But I must tell you, in fact, I mean, I've taken part in 1971 war, and thereafter, of course, we were invited by the Bangladesh government in 2015, and we met all these Mukti Yoddhas who were fought with us in 1971 war also, and during 2008, 19 also. I mean, at that particular time, also, there was nothing of the sort, whatever is happening out there only, and they, in fact, Mukti Yoddhas were like, in fact, our own freedom fighters, like they were also being considered. But I think what has happened in this thing also, as the ambassador was very rightly saying it, that's that in fact the reservation became only just an excuse. There are certain, of course, the foreign elements, of course, who in fact help in fact making it a big in fact no कहते हैं ना, in fact they give it मतलब चिंगारी के अंदर थोड़ा सा आगे आग बढ़ा दिया. That is what is happened, and then the whole thing has gone up, and then it became out of the control of the government or something. The army,
because there's a lot of breaking news happening, and I just need to update our viewers on a lot of these details. Sheikh Hasina fled her country. What we did know and what we did report and broadcast were images of a helicopter, a Mi-17 helicopter, taking her probably from her residence to the Kurmitola Air Base of the Bangladesh Air Force, where she was put on a C-130J transport of the Bangladesh Air Force. It's a flight that we tracked. It flew over Kolkata, in fact dipping south perhaps to try and land in Kolkata. Wasn't allowed, or didn't land, or chose not to land, and then proceeded to New Delhi. It has landed at, we are told, the Hindon Air Force Base. Both the Indian Air Force mum about the situation, the External Affairs Ministry mum about that situation, though we do expect a statement sometime this evening. At the air base, Hindon Air Base, we now believe that the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Sheikh Hasina, received Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. Now, how long she's going to be in India, we don't know. The earlier information that we had was that she is on her way, or would be on her way to London. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us for more on this. Aishwarya, what are you hearing?
Well, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Base, and he met Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina for an hour. We've been told by our sources that by late night, Sheikh Hasina will be proceeding from Delhi to London, which is certainly as of now unconfirmed, but that's what the sources clearly had been stating to us. But it is NSA, Ajit Doval, and the senior officers from the Indian Air Force as well who received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and the meeting between the NSA and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina went for almost an hour after she landed at the Delhi at Hindon Air Base over there, and certainly there had been the situation that the NSA was apprised by the officials of the Bangladesh Prime Minister as well, who was accompanying her. And later, we have been told that the NSA will be apprising the entire situation to the Prime Minister as well later in the evening.
Do we have any idea, Aishwarya, how she's going to get to London? Is it that same Bangladesh Air Force aircraft which is going to take her? Because it doesn't have the range to reach London. So it would necessitate flights or halts elsewhere, which seems difficult. So is India giving Sheikh Hasina a plane to fly to London, or is she being put on a commercial flight to London?
Well, there has been a separate meeting which is also going on at the Ministry of External Affairs, as Yashakar just left the Parliament after briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi for almost 15 minutes, and it was, the senior officials from the MEA also conducting a meeting as to how the Indian government can assist Bangladesh Prime Minister as she has to leave to London, and whether the Indian officials will be also accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister is something that is being sorted out by the Indian government over there. But all assistance is something that the government had confirmed that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister, and therefore the reason NSA Ajit Doval had been rushed earlier to Hindon Air Base, where he had given all assurances to the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina over there, and certainly the logistics are being sorted out. We have no confirmation as to she will be going through a commercial flight from India, or there would be a transit that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister. Certainly, this is this is an ongoing development which is going on. A high-profile meeting, we've been told, is also underway at the External Affairs
ministry, whereas Jaishankar, after leaving the parliament, directly had reached to the Ministry of External Affairs, where he is also conducting a separate meeting and will be apprising the officers who are present over there at the Indian Air Base to communicate to the Bangladesh officials who is accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina.
All right, Aishwarya, just be with us for a moment. Both Air India and Indigo have now suspended their flights to Bangladesh in view of the situation. So Dhaka airport was shut till 10:30 p.m. local time, and indefinitely flights from India to Bangladesh, of which there are many. Air India, Indigo, possibly other airlines off the top of my head, I don't remember. They are not flying in or out of Bangladesh at this juncture. So the big story that Aishwarya breaking for us, Aishwarya Jain, our correspondent, is that the National Security Advisor Sheikh Hasina has met for more than an hour the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in the Hindon Air Force Base. And it's now really up to how the government allows her to leave this country, whether it's a civil flight or there's an aircraft which is provided to her. We don't have those details. Anything else, Aishwarya, that you can share with us on that meeting?
Well, certainly, as soon as the parliament just concluded, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the senior cabinet ministers who were there. It was as soon as the session ended, it was S. Jaishankar who apprised the current situation with the Prime Minister. The meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes, and soon after that, S. Jaishankar left the parliament and reached the External Affairs Ministry, where he is currently meeting the senior officials from the External Affairs Ministry, and the communication is through to the Indian Air Base as well from the External Affairs Ministry, and Ajit Doval, who is present over there, senior officials from the Indian Air Force, as well as the Defense Ministry, also apprising the current situation. Now, logistics are being sorted out is something that we have been told by our sources as to how former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will be leaving India, as the details have been emerging that by late night Sheikh Hasina can leave the country to London. Probably the location has still not been disclosed, but this is something that had been told to us by the top officials from the External Affairs Ministry as well. Remember, there's been a 1 hour long meeting that was held by NSA Ajit Doval at the Indian Air Base with former Prime Minister of Bangladesh Sheikh Hasina. She was received by NSA Ajit Doval himself, and the senior officials from the Indian government also accompanied Mr. Ajit Doval, and the communication line is through from the Foreign Ministry to the Indian Air Base. As far as the logistics are concerned, that is being sorted out, but still, after the all-important meeting which is currently underway, we'll get to know that whether there would be a commercial flight that Sheikh Hasina will be boarding to leave the country, or whether the assistance will be provided to Sheikh Hasina and the other officials who are accompanying former Bangladesh Prime Minister. So it is also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was supposed to leave the parliament a bit early, but he is, we've been told he is still in the parliament after having all of those meetings. So, what translates in another few hours is something that we will keep updating on to our viewers.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for bringing us that breaking news. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. She will be moving to London later on today. Meanwhile, this is important because it affects air travelers in India. Flights to and from Bangladesh have been indefinitely suspended as a result of the situation on the ground. We've been bringing you images of a free-for-all even now as we speak on the roads of Dhaka. People out protesting, calling this a day of liberation, delighted at Sheikh Hasina having left. She's been very much a very strong leader in that country. She's been re-elected several times, but there have been lots of reports of her being dictatorial and evidently very unpopular. But the pace at which things moved in Bangladesh, from students' protests to people storming into her house, fleeing from Bangladesh, the pace of this is absolutely unexpected and remarkable. But the scenes of joy, the fact that people are choosing quite happily to break down statues of Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, reflects the kind of anger on the ground, because Sheikh Hasina, remember, the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the fact that, any association with Sheikh Hasina appears to be something which is unacceptable to these protesters. What have they been protesting? They've been protesting quotas in government jobs as well. I'm sorry, I've got some breaking news coming in. What was that? All right, this is the breaking news that I can share with you now. The National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, who was at the Hindon Air Force Base, where he greeted the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who landed over there a couple of hours back. That meeting is now over. Ajit Doval has now left. We do expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry at some stage today, but perhaps there could be a statement as well in Parliament by the Foreign Minister tomorrow. Let's go across to my colleague Disha, who joins us now, also Shreya. Disha, what exactly are you hearing in terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh?
In terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh right now, lakhs of people continue to be out on the streets, and there's a sense of anger as well as jubilee. Anger at the government, at former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her administration for various reasons. Firstly, for the quota bill, which is what the protest was against, the anti-quota protests were against, but otherwise also because many people in her country, in Bangladesh, considered her rule to be undemocratic, and hence today is in a sense a day of freedom for many of the people in Bangladesh. But in terms of, there's a lot of jubilee in the streets of Bangladesh, because as you mentioned, today is being considered as a day of liberation by the people from the 15 years of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. So in terms of what's going on in Bangladesh right now, protesters earlier in the day ransacked the Prime Minister's official residence and, took away furniture, cutlery, saris, and completely ransacked and looted the residence. But apart from that, media houses were attacked, the residences and offices of the government offices, as well as the residences of various ministers in the Hasina administration were also attacked. So, the situation on the ground remains quite fluid and quite dynamic, and there's a sense of violence and turmoil continuing to be in Dhaka and across Bangladesh.
Sure.
While the
hang on a
chief
second,
earlier
Disha. Let's
today
just go
did say
across
that,
to Shreya, who's been
he's
tracking all the
instructed
developments as well on the ground. Shreya, outside the Bangladesh High Commission, as I understand it, have there been any reactions from there?
No, there has not been any reaction so far, but then as Bangladesh rages with celebration, here there is the status quo in front of the Bangladesh High Commission office. There has been increased police personnel, and the security has been beefed up since the morning because of the political unrest that has been going on in the neighboring country in Bangladesh. And of course, we know that the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has stopped over here in Delhi, and she's expected to fly back to United Kingdom, London later in the day, but it is not confirmed. She's here with her sister, and she of course used the military chopper from Bangladesh, and she left her residence in Dhaka amidst the deadly protests. We know that almost 300 students died because of this, because of the protest that has been raging in Bangladesh, and they have been demanding the resignation of the Sheikh Hasina, and that's why they're celebrating in Bangladesh. But here in Delhi, we know that there's complete presence of this eerie feeling of calm before the storm, because there's no action right now, but the security is it has been tightened, and of course we know that the last time she was in trouble
in front of the Bangladesh High Commission. I can also share that there is a huge concern about the safety of Indian diplomats and of the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and consulates in other parts of the country as well. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Well, we continue to track all the developments in Bangladesh very closely. I'm now joined by Sheikh Hasina Shringla, the former Foreign Secretary of India. Thanks, sir, very much for being with us. Are you surprised at the pace at which it all collapsed? The fact that, within 24 to 48 hours of the latest round of intense protests, Sheikh Hasina has had to exit her country.
I think, the signs were all there. And in some earlier interviews that I had done, I'd also mentioned that what you see in the form of, quota protests were only the tip of the iceberg. There were many underlying factors that were behind this. And clearly those agitating, the students, etc., had grievances that went beyond opportunities for jobs. It was also to protest against, the difficult economic situation, high inflation, I think lack of opportunities for the youth, a combination of several factors that went into it. And of course, needless to say, I think there was some sentiment that, the democracy hadn't really, been followed in a manner that was expected by many of the people, especially the youth, and that there were many governance issues that was also hanging in the balance.
Mr. Shingla, what does this mean for India?
Well, it is a serious development happening in a close neighbor. We share the longest land border with Bangladesh. We have strong people-to-people ties. Of course, trade, investment, and other linkages. But I think most important of all, it impinges on the security of our vital northeastern states and Bengal. And I think from that perspective, this has to be seen. And I think we have to be engaged with a level of, consideration that is very profound. Essentially, engaging with the military and the interim administration that the Chief of Army Staff of Bangladesh has announced will be installed. And I think our messaging should be very clear. My own sense is that we should really ask for the restoration of peace and stability. We should also ask for law and order to be restored. Right now, the streets are controlled by mobs, some of whom are genuine people, but many of them are, radical forces, including Jamatis, Jamaat-e-Islam, the Chhatro Shibir, which is their youth wing. These are pro-Pakistan elements from 1971. And these elements, I think, have to be reined in. They also have to protect people, their own people, especially those who are vulnerable. And finally, of course, from our perspective, what is very important is that we cannot have in place any administration or government that is inimical to our core interests. I think that is absolutely clear, and we cannot compromise on that aspect.
Sheikh Hasina has been a close friend of India. Do you believe that her request to fly into India was something that New Delhi would have immediately accepted, or do you believe there would have been a back and forth at the highest level of government on whether India would want to accept her even for a refueling halt in this country?
So I'm not aware of the circumstances behind her interim halt, but I would say that India has had very close relations with the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She has had good relations with our leadership. This is not the first time that we have given her asylum of sorts. She had come in when her father Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated in 1975 and stayed here for several years. So, I mean, from our perspective, I don't think there would have been much, sort of consideration or examination of the request to have her here and receive her here. As you can see, she, flew down to Agartala and then came to Delhi, where reports say that the NSA has also met her.
Yeah.
And I think this is definitely something that we would not hesitate from doing. Having said that, our relationship with Bangladesh is deeper than governments. We have a strong people-to-people connect based on linguistic, cultural, and other affinities. We have very, very close connectivity, which has been strengthened over the last 10 to 15 years. We have strong trade and investment connect today. And I think all of this is basically a reflection of a multifaceted relationship that we enjoy with Bangladesh. And I think that relationship is what could see us continue the closeness and continue the ties that we should have with a neighbor, a close neighbor like Bangladesh, irrespective of developments of the nature that we are seeing.
Ambassador Shingla, is it not awful to see pictures of the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father, of course, also of Sheikh Hasina, his statues being, defiled in the manner in which we are seeing? The hatred seems to extend even for the father of Bangladesh.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it in perspective. In 71, Bangladesh was liberated under the leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He was revered throughout the country. In 75, he was assassinated. There was a coup d'etat, and those who took power actually, removed him, or rather expunged his name and his contribution from that country's history. When Sheikh Hasina came back to power, she did the right thing by bringing back that contribution, which is an undeniable part of Bangladesh's history. And perhaps history might again see the same, up and down. And also, I think, these are basically symbolic in nature. I think the profound respect that people have for what they call as Bangabandhu, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman will continue, in their hearts and minds. And I have no doubt that, history might again sort of see a different phase as you go along and as you see it in retrospect.
All right, Mr. Shingla, thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Joining me at this stage, Chris Blackburn, a political and security analyst, joins me from London. Thanks, Mr. Blackburn, very much for being with us. Are you aware, or can you share any details on what the plan may be as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned in the United Kingdom? I do know that she has relatives in the United Kingdom. Obviously, the British government would be aware of her plans.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, you're right. I think it has come as a shock that Sheikh Hasina has left. She does have quite a lot of family in the United Kingdom, so I think she could possibly ask for political asylum here. But I think we've heard reports, and I don't know how true they are, that the UK government has rejected that appeal. I think that's just speculation. But I think it will be quite difficult for Sheikh Hasina to come to the UK, because we already have Tariq Rahman, the acting chairman of the opposition in Bangladesh. He's in exile in the United Kingdom for his involvement in corruption and political violence. So it's going to be a very interesting time to see how the United Kingdom actually deals with this. But I think what I think will happen is, I think Sheikh Hasina will stay in India for a week or so, and she will try to work out her next steps. Obviously, this is a very fresh, developing situation. I don't have any real facts on the ground from a team, because obviously they've been in a state of transit. But I think things will become clearer over the next sort of days and weeks.
That's interesting. What you are suggesting is that the United Kingdom hasn't accepted her at the moment.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the official status of the British sort of Foreign and Commonwealth Office is, but I think it will be quite difficult for Sheikh Hasina to be given political asylum in the UK. But who knows? The UK has been a place where others have sought refuge in the past, so perhaps she will ultimately end up in the United Kingdom. I just don't know, but I think it's probably one of the most likeliest locations for her to seek political asylum.
There is a mob out of the streets of Dhaka right now. Irrespective of what the army chief may have said, there is no immediate indicator of people having left. It's just been a couple of hours. One would hope that they do leave. But is that the real concern now, that going forward there is anarchy on the roads of Dhaka and there is no clear sign of how that ends? And this is quite separate and apart from the Sheikh Hasina story.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's absolute anarchy. What we've seen, there's been attacks on Hindus, and we've seen that yesterday, and we've seen evidence of that today. We've also seen that there's been attacks on, obviously, the residences. There's been attacks on hospitals in the last couple of days. So it's a very bad situation, and hopefully this new administration will be able to get a handle on that, because I think the real worry is that extremists, and they are extremists in Bangladesh, who seek this opportunity to really push for power. I was given a photograph not just half an hour ago where we saw Taliban flags being waved alongside Bangladesh flags. So there is a real prospect for this to get serious, and I hope the new administration can restore law and order in Bangladesh and put in a new sort of reform package where we will see peace and prosperity in the region. The former foreign secretary said there's lots of good things that have come out of Bangladesh over the years, and Sheikh Hasina has led that. India just wants a friendly neighbor. It doesn't need another Pakistan in Bangladesh. And unfortunately, there are elements in Bangladesh who deliberately and will want that.
All right, Chris Blackburn, a matter of huge concern, I mean, globally at this stage. Thanks very much for being with us. Thanks very much indeed. I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta right now. Saurabh, anything that you can share with us on the ground situation? The internet has been on and off. There's a curfew which is in place. There's a mob still out on the roads. Who's in charge right now?
No one, and that's actually the biggest problem, because what has happened is that Sheikh Hasina has resigned. An interim government has not yet been formed. The army chief has said no firing. So basically it's a free-for-all on the streets of Dhaka. Parliament is occupied. Gana Bhavan, Sheikh Hasina's residence, has been stormed, vandalized, ransacked and looted. What we also know is that TV stations have been attacked. The Dhaka airport is also shut till 10:30 in the night for the situation that's prevailing on the streets. Chaos, anarchy prevails till at least an interim government is formed. And, I was just hearing the conversation that you were having earlier, Vishnu, and that's perhaps the biggest worry, because this is right in our backyard. This is our region. The Indian Ocean region is extremely important to India, and Bangladesh is an extremely, extremely significant partner. And unfortunately, I did hear the gentleman speak about some elements that are there, and those elements could be a problem. But obviously one hopes that there is an interim government in Bangladesh soon that will perhaps restore some sort of normalcy, order, and give Bangladesh a break from the chaos and anarchy that has prevailed in the streets for the last few hours. Like I said, Parliament occupied, the Prime Minister's residence, or the former Prime Minister, I should say now, former Prime Minister's residence ransacked, looted, vandalized and breached, airport shut, TV stations attacked, no government, absolute chaos. And that's something that Bangladesh needs to get over as soon as possible. And one hopes that by the end of the day, there will be an interim government, and we will hear about an announcement on that.
All right, Saurabh, thanks. And just be with us for a while. What I'm going to do at this stage is just remind our viewers of what's been a day of dramatic developments. The helicopter on your right is a helicopter used by the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to exit her residence. She flew presumably to the Kurmitola Air Base. From the Kurmitola Air Base, she boarded a C-130J Bangladesh Air Force Hercules transport aircraft, which flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there, but then landed up at the Hindon Air Force Base. That's near Delhi, just on the outskirts. It's within the National Capital Region of Delhi. The National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, met her for more than an hour trying to understand what the situation on the ground was. And now there are some reports which suggest that she's going to be on her way to London. But as experts, including Chris Blackburn, the political and security analyst from London, sort of telling us, one shouldn't assume right away that her exit route to the United Kingdom is going to necessarily be that easy. We are still awaiting statements from the United Kingdom on whether they would accept her, they would grant her asylum. We do know that she has relatives, but that's something that we don't know of at the moment. So is she going to actually be in India for a period of time, or is she going to, as has been expected till now, board a civilian aircraft and fly to London, or be put on a hired aircraft, or at least, and then sent to the United Kingdom? Is there a third area, a third nation, or another nation which she might actually go to? Those are things that at this juncture we don't know. But on the left-hand side of your screen is that crazy situation on the streets of Dhaka, where protesters entered a home, they made off with furniture, with utensils, they pilfered things, they tried to break down a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, who's also the father of Bangladesh. These are the crazy scenes inside a house. And in as much as the army now appears to be in charge, and an interim government is now being formed, and there has been a press conference by the army chief, the fact that you continue to see large numbers of people out on the streets of Dhaka and in a complete free-for-all is a matter of huge concern. Many of the people, the protesters, and some of whom are stringers on the ground, spoke to and reported for us, said that this was another day of independence, this was a revival of democracy, this was a day of freedom. Massive hatred for Sheikh Hasina, quite evident. People didn't like her at all. She was known to rule with an iron fist, and at some stage that gave. Now, that may be the case, and that may be a rebellion or, as far as people are concerned on the ground, a day of freedom. But where does that leave Bangladesh now, a country that's seen a fair amount of economic progress over the last several years, development and true development in so many areas? Does it leave it in a state of anarchy or of chaos? Zulkarnain Sair Khan joins us once again. Mr. Khan, thanks very much for being back with us. What are you hearing about the situation on the streets of Dhaka right now? Is anybody in charge?
At this moment, as you can see, that the crowd is very much jubilant. They are all out and they are celebrating in a way that the country has been liberated again, liberated from the draconian rule of an oppressor, an authoritarian ruler. So it's quite natural that they would celebrate this way because all these years, they have lived under fear. It was not really allowed to criticize the government of Sheikh Hasina. It was not really allowed to speak against her or criticize her or her cabinet members. And, people were suppressed in a way that they were even afraid to talk about the wrong activities which were taking place in Bangladesh. But now, as the fear circle is not there anymore, as they have successfully removed Sheikh Hasina from her position, Sheikh Hasina had to flee the country. Now they are celebrating. And I think, of course, they will celebrate maybe for a day or two, but in some places there are sounds of news of vandalism coming through. And we are hearing that members of Amal League are attacking certain places and trying to blame it on the
Sure, but
protesters.
Mr. Khan, let me ask you something else. There is an assumption that she's been given asylum in the United Kingdom. We haven't seen any statement from the United Kingdom at all. So is she likely to be in India for a while until things get sorted out, or?
Well, I personally feel that the UK would be reluctant to give her any kind of asylum or anything as such, because the murder that has been happening in Bangladesh, like even yesterday, there were 100 people killed by security forces, and before that, we had more than 300 people died in the hands of security forces. And all by the instruction of Sheikh Hasina. The military, police, rapid action battalion, they even used sniper guns to kill students. So we have seen children, young students murdered with sniper gunshots. So Sheikh Hasina will have to take the responsibility. So if a country like UK or India allows her to stay, then how do we Bangladeshis hold her responsible? Then she will have a safe haven somewhere. So anybody who gives her safe haven or gives her some kind of protection will have to come under a microscope tomorrow. That why are you allowing such a dictator to be in a safe place?
Right. All right. Well, thanks very much for being with us. Just by way of information, she landed at the Hindon Air Force Base in the National Capital Region of Delhi some time back. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met her, spoke for more than an hour with her, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister. Some reports suggested that she might be on her way to the United Kingdom, where she's got relatives, but at this juncture, there has not been any statement, at least none that we're aware of, from the United Kingdom allowing her asylum or being willing to have her back there, which then therefore means that she might be in India for some period of time until things get sorted out, or whether she has been accepted into another nation. So we don't really know what the situation on the ground with Sheikh Hasina is. We are hopeful of getting a statement from the government, the External Affairs Ministry, in some time. But India has allowed her aircraft to fly in and to the Hindon Air Force Base. What happens next is anybody's guess at this stage. But there are two or three things over here which clearly worry India now going forward. Sheikh Hasina is a past chapter. It's obviously of great interest right now. But the situation on the ground, where there are mobs out there completely out of control, A, that's unclear. B, what is the nature of the interim government which is going to come into play? There are extremist elements in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina dealt with them with a very firm hand. Are they going to have some sort of say in the Bangladeshi polity? If so, what does it mean for India? This is an extremely sensitive area. It always has been. And therefore, going forward, what are the contours of stability in Bangladesh? Will there be stability or not? That's what needs to be seen. We take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is
It's an ugly end to Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule. The former Prime Minister quits and leaves Bangladesh. Army takes over the country and plans an interim government. Government overthrown and chaos is there on the streets of Bangladesh. Protesters take over Sheikh Hasina's residence, parliament ransacked, Awami League offices set on fire. Protesters also vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Army chief appeals for peace. Forces won't open fire, he says. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meets Sheikh Hasina at Indian Air Force Air Base. As she arrives in Delhi, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar briefs Prime Minister Modi amidst Bangladesh crisis. Images that sum up the day. Bangladesh's former founder and father of the nation, Sheikh Mujib's statue being vandalized by protesters. It was a day of fast-paced and dramatic developments. Sheikh Hasina quit as Bangladesh's prime minister and army moved in to take control amidst violent protests demanding her ouster. Country's army chief, General Waker-Uz-Zaman, told the media that the army will form an interim government and appeal protesters to return to the path of peace. Sheikh Hasina, who started her 5th term earlier this year, left Dhaka in a military aircraft. The protests in Bangladesh, which began last month, swiftly escalated, and it started, remember, as an agitation against quota system over what was seen as a decision which was seen as undemocratic by the government. What the government has done was it had created a quota of 30% of government jobs which are reserved for family members of Mukti Juddhas, those who fought in Bangladesh's War of Independence in 1971. What is the situation on ground? We'll try and connect with our reporter as well. But first, let me bring in the guest. Lieutenant General Hasnain is joining us. We have Nitin Pai, Director of the Takshila Institute, and Salim Samad, Senior Journalist. Nitin, I'm beginning with you. I was looking at the tweet which you have put out. Once a pro-democracy figure, a leader that the world saw a bulwark against Islamic extremism, presided over high economic rate, and then she turned into autocrat and authoritarian. Is that what will be the legacy of Sheikh Hasina? You have to unmute yourself, Nitin.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep me silent though. Anyway, so I think that's probably going to be the legacy unless there's another chapter in a political life. In some ways, it's quite disappointing because we grew up seeing Sheikh Hasina as the bulwark of democracy, fighting against military rule, bringing back democracy and secular democracy to Bangladesh, and doing quite well in both ensuring some kind of economic order and some kind of political stability in the last 15, 20 years. In that sense, she was the best choice for India. But power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think over the past 10 years, it has been a steady decline in the way she handled the power that was entrusted to her. It could have been a very different story, but I guess we are not in a position to second guess what her thought processes were. But I think it was a terrible kind of an end to a great sort of career.
And Lieutenant General Atta Hasnan, the role of the army here becomes very, very important because everybody is watching out for every statement which is being made by the army chief. How is the situation different from what we have seen, say, in Pakistan?
Hey, Maria, thank you first of all for inviting me for your very important show. While I agree with my friend Nitin very much with what he says, but at the same time, if I may just add that for the last 10 years perhaps, Sheikh Hasina was battling against the odds. There was a huge backlash of radicalism, sponsored, if I may say, from across our other side of the borders, that's from Pakistan, and with attempts perhaps even from beyond to try and create some kind of, to extend the arc of radical Islam into Bangladesh. The portents of that were always there in Bangladesh. She was a bulwark against it. And in the last couple of years, she was resisting it even more. And one of the reasons why you look at her non-democratic credentials in this particular period in the last few years is primarily because she was the one who was actually battling the radicals all this while. I remind you of 2015 when the ISIS made serious attempts to get into Bangladesh at that time. If ISIS had succeeded in getting into Bangladesh, I can tell you the security situation for India in the northeast and on our borders with Bangladesh would have been something very different. Having said that, as far as the Bangladesh army is concerned, I think I know the army reasonably well. I have served with the Bangladesh army in the United Nations. And I can say that there is a clear-cut division within the army. There are pragmatic, secular people, right-thinking people there, but there is an element of radicalism also within the army. And therefore, at this moment, there will be all kinds of tugs and pulls in all different directions, which will go on. Very early to say which side will ultimately emerge the victor. But I, for one, would not have liked to be in the situation or position of the Bangladesh army chief at this time. It's a very, very challenging situation for him because having known the history of Bangladesh, radicals in the streets, radicals everywhere, this is going to be one testing time for them.
Salim,
Maria.
I'm coming to you now because, of course, this is a developing situation. We do not know what will happen in the next 24 to 48 hours because the army says that they would be forming the government. It will be an interim government. So are we looking at elections in perhaps immediate term, in a matter of few weeks? Would you suggest that?
Thank you very much. First of all, you have correctly said about the army is having a new interim government. Interim government, according to the Constitution of Bangladesh, will have an election in 90 days. So the interim government has no other mandate, according to the Constitution. They cannot enact a new laws, or they cannot rush away or amend the law. They only have to have the election free and fair and inclusive election in the 90 days. So once there is a 90 days, of course, there will be a lot of fear, and there will be the major three political parties will be the contestant because there is no fourth party, there is no fifth party. Of course, the Awami League, which has been routed out in this revolution, and the second is, of course, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which we talk about, and of course, the third is the loyal opposition in the parliament for the last 15 years, which is Jatiya Party. Unfortunately, the last two parties were created or formed or floated by the military generals. So obviously, you can understand there's only one party.
Salim, if I may ask you, since you're joining us from Dhaka, In terms of the situation on ground, essentials, how are they placed for the ordinary people who are not protesting? Because of course this is a student-led movement which has taken this shape. But what about ordinary citizens of the country?
You will be surprised if you look at it from the last 72 hours. You will find the common, the middle class, the working class, including the rickshaw puller, the vendors in the street. They all joined the protest. You may not believe me, but you can take the footage. You'll find the rickshaw pullers. They have carried bottles, water bottles, to serve to the protesters who are literally basking under the sun, this hot sun. So you can understand that so much of people have been there. You will find thousands of guardians of the students, of other students, and seniors. They have also joined the protest. The academicians, the cultural groups, the civil society, they were all in the streets of Dhaka for the last 72 hours. So it is of course a student protest, which has now today has turned into a victory celebration.
Okay, so it's a day of victory celebration which is playing out in Dhaka. But Nitin Pai, the protesters called themselves Long March to Dhaka. That was seen as a movement of defiance, but this movement of defiance has led to an exit of a government of 5 terms. I mean, she was in a 5th term, clearly. Yes. Yes, I will bring in Salman Saeed, but a word from you also, Nitin. Why did the Prime Minister not see this coming, in the sense that there were protests in the past as well, but at that time these protesters did not have the support of the army? Do you think that made it worse, that there was an attempt to sabotage it from within?
Yeah, first of all, I think I would like to caution everyone to stop looking at things in black or white or good or bad. You know, who's the good guy? Who are the good guys here? Who are the bad guys here, right? Because these are actors playing for politics, trying to achieve political power, whether it's the students, the interim government, or the people in the armed forces, etc. So once we take that lens off and try and look at the situation objectively, I think we'll be able to make better sense from this. We won't get carried away with romantic notions of a great people's revolution leading to democracy and so on. We just don't know how this movie is going to end, right? Now, why didn't Sheikh Hasina see this? I think, see, first of all, it's not new. You know, this is not something that started in July. There's been a ferment of unrest, there's been a ferment of protest, boycotts, etc., going on for the last year or so, precipitating in an election. But I think the Awami League had so much power that they stopped really looking at feedback. You tend to believe that you're powerful enough to cross any hurdle. And these protests will be like the protests which you just defeated 6 months ago. So, you tend to believe that you have more power and more hold on power than you really do, especially because people don't give you bad news. In a situation like where Sheikh Hasina was, I'm sure you couldn't go to her and say, ma'am, we have bad news, because the people bringing bad news would actually be sort of cancelled out, right? Pushed out of power. So it's like driving a car after you've broken your dashboard, your rearview mirrors, and your fuel gauge, and just pressing the accelerator. At some point, it's going to give. And I think that is the lesson which comes out of the current situation in Bangladesh.
Okay, let me bring in Salman Saeed, who's joining us from Dhaka. He is in fact 200 meters away from Gana Bhavan, which was stormed and vandalized just some time back. Over to you, Salman. Speak to the protesters. What is the sense on the ground?
I'll just make a correction. I'm not exactly 200. It's few hundred meters away, very close to the Prime Minister's home. You can see the people standing behind me. They were telling me we went inside for the first time in our life. And I'll just connect with one guy. আমাকে একটু বলবেন আপনারা ইয়াতে প্রধানমন্ত্রী বাসায় গিয়ে কি দেখেছিলেন? আমরা সেখানে দেখছি উল্লাসিত জনতার ঢল। আমরা এমন একটা অবস্থায় এই পর্যন্ত জীবনযাপন করেছি, সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা কখনো ফেসবুকে একটা ভিডিও দেখলে বা একটা পিকচার দেখলে লাইক দেওয়ার মতো সাহস আমাদের ছিল না।
এতটা আতঙ্কের ভিতরে বীর বাঙালি জীবনযাপন করতে হয়েছে, এবং কি বাবা মায়ের সাথে একটা সন্তান তার স্বাধীন সম্পর্কে, তার ব্যক্তি সম্পর্কে, বাংলাদেশ সম্পর্কে কথা বলতে পারতো না ভয়ে, আতঙ্কে। এখন মনে হয় এই বাঙালি এত বিজয় লাভ করতে পারে, এত উল্লাসিত, যেটা মনে হয় না স্বাভাবিক ভাষায় কাউকে বোঝানো যাবে। আমরা very happy, very happy, very happy.
So basically, he said he has, after so long, he's seen people celebrating inside the home. There has been a freedom of speech. All these years, they couldn't even talk to their parents or put like any on Facebook, on anything against the government. But now they're very happy that democracy will come back and they have the freedom of speech. They are trying to talk freely, in open, in public, which was never possible in last decade or two, I would say.
Salman, if you can hear me, Salman, if you can hear me,
yes, I can.
You know, the sense certainly right now is a sense of jubilation. Here is the Prime Minister who has left the country. Is there also some sense among some section of people that she should have faced the law, she should have been around them, you know, even if it was about ouster of the Prime Minister, it should not have meant, you know, it should not have been about her exit rather than she facing the law?
Basically, it's too early to say, find those kind of people. As I was on the streets of Dhaka, I went to the Shahbag and I moved from Shahbag, where actually the students' protest started, and then I moved to the Prime Minister's house. All the places I've seen, people are really angry, and they're happy that she left. And if they would have got her, then maybe there would have been a different kind of vandalization, or she would have been like, you know, there would be a massacre. But thank God it has, she can't have escaped, she escaped alive. But people want to bring them to justice who are still there. There is no police on the street. There are still police stations that have been being burned down and looted. It's not safe at the moment in the streets of Dhaka because of law and order is currently not in place. But I'm sure I've seen the common people exchanging flowers and greetings to the military. Yeah, I've seen students and then political party people in the streets celebrating and saying, you know, we will just now have to wait for the democracy to return and the country to run in proper law and order. Freedom of speech has come back, and they will hope that country will log. And the students, you know, who were unarmed, who died in this protest, were really, you know, happy that now they will have democracy. Now they see a bright future. They want no more corruption in this country. They want a corruption-free Bangladesh. That's what they have told me.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Salman Saeed there, reporting for NDTV from Dhaka. Joining us now is Aisha Siddiqa, renowned author and Pakistani political scientist. Aisha, thank you so much. How are you viewing the developments in the neighborhood in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina has fled the country and now that there is an interim government? What kind of impact will it have on all the countries, be it India or Pakistan?
See, firstly, I think we were kind of expecting this thing to happen. Reason being that Sheikh Hasina, I mean, just imagine 3 rigged elections, control of, politics, control of opposition parties, and then after COVID, not managing to, kind of build up the economy or sustain the economy or economic growth patterns that were there. People were unhappy. And the other thing is that because of her very peculiar politics, which is, very partisan politics, she wasn't including other people, the support Awami League into the political conversation. So a very one-sided linear politics. So this was expected that this is going to happen. And the kind of, it was an authoritarian government. So it had to go, people were fed up, people were unhappy. So that's one. Now, the impact it will have on the region, of course, it will affect relations with India. Not that they're going to be sour, but Sheikh Hasina was entirely dependent on India, and somehow the Indian government in Delhi wasn't making an effort to also reach out and connect with the BNP, Bangladesh National Party, and with Khalida, Begum Khalida Zia, and other stakeholders. So that would be a disadvantage for India. As far as Pakistan is concerned, of course, there would be, there'll be a sigh of relief because Awami League and Sheikh Hasina was seen as very anti-Pakistan. They were trying, Islamabad had been trying hard to make an effort to kind of reconnect, but that wasn't successful. So I'm sure that they are going to be watched carefully who is going to be the next one in. It's important to watch the interim government because even if Begum Khalda Zia comes in, if there are next elections, let's see what's there in store for Bangladesh politics. But definitely the students, the new political class, the younger generation will have an impact. They will be also on the negotiating table. So let's see where it goes.
And Aisha, in terms of how events have panned out, here is a prime minister who earlier this year was sworn in for a 5th term, and then things start going south completely and she had to leave the country. Do you think that she did not see this coming? And just look at the sheer dramatic nature of these developments. Her father's statue was smashed. Do you think Sheikh Hasina has ruined the legacy of her father?
Of course. Let's be very fair and honest. I mean, Sheikh Mujib himself was, fairly authoritarian in his attitude, but, perhaps he didn't know any better. And when you are a founding father and when you're trying to create a new nation, who perhaps are tempted to become more authoritarian, depending on, especially if you don't have a team of people around you. But what Sheikh Hasina has done in the name of getting her party back, her influence back, she was totally dependent on the police force, police and intelligence, and she had even rubbed the army the wrong way, the Bangladesh military. So she didn't have too many friends over there. Then amongst the people, I mean, look, I am based in the UK at the moment, and every second Bangladeshi that I come across was anti-Awami League. So one was wondering, when she was in government, one used to wonder, I mean, that, talking to the Bangladeshis there in the UK, that what kind of politics do they have? Do they not understand reality of their own country? But it seems that the prime minister, their own prime minister, didn't understand the reality of their own country, that, you can't push linear politics, entirely and all the time. Especially the last nail in the coffin was giving all those facilities to war veterans, to Mukti Bahani war veterans. When there is a country where you have where the jobless youth, and when there's a lack of and a need for economic growth. So her policies were too one-sided, and of course, last but not the least, instead of looking internally at balancing her politics and negotiating with her opposition, she was constantly looking towards New Delhi and getting her support from there. And I think what has also changed is that with 2024 elections in Delhi, which is completely distracted, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his BJP, and they perhaps can't help her the way they've done in the past.
Even as we speak, former Prime Minister Hasina is in New Delhi, and she's likely to fly out to London. Just look at her legacy in terms of what she was. She was the country's, in fact, she was Bangladesh's first female prime minister, and she brought about economic reforms and liberalization. Which year do you think things started going wrong with her and her decisions?
When she kind of started manipulating the first elections. I mean, it's a process. The simple answer is that if you represented the legacy of a party which had built Bangladesh, then you would have had have to understand that Bangladesh has evolved over years. There are other stakeholders as well. There is the BNP. There are more conservative parties as well. I mean, she was doing a very one-sided kind of a politics, and I don't think at this stage India is in a position to save her. At best, they can save her life and not kind of throw her out of Delhi and not send her back to Bangladesh, where she probably gets arrested. But I don't think many people can help her. That is, what has happened is that post Second World War, politics in all these countries around the world, especially in the developing countries, has changed. The expectations have changed. There is a younger generation. There is technology. There is social media. And you can't run a country's politics as you would maybe 20 years ago. And this is where she completely misread.
Aisha, my last question to you, because we are witnessing a great degree of turmoil around the world. Multiple countries are at war. Ukraine, Russia, there is Israel, Iran tension ongoing as well. But when we look at Asia, there only recently there was that entire coup that played out in Sri Lanka. If we focus on Bangladesh today, what do you think will be the likely fallout of this in the entire Asian countries?
Well, this is too wide a question. I mean, China itself is a subcontinent, and its politics authoritarian, different. China and Bangladesh have, basically they have financial ties, they have economic ties. China invests in Bangladesh, and so does United States. Bangladesh's ties with both the West and China and India. I think all these relations will remain the same. Nothing is going to shift majorly. But the interim government will be more focused on balancing domestic politics.
All right, Aisha, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on NDTV. Let me go back to the guests. Sultan Muhammad Zakaria, co-founder of Bangladeshi Diaspora for Justice and Accountability, is also joining us now. I've been following all your tweets very, very closely because you have been, tracking the developments very, very, again, as it has been unfolding. It's a historic moment, as you say, as people of Bangladesh now reclaim the place from where illegal orders were made to murder them. But you also say, Sultan, that Sheikh Hasina should be tried in International Criminal Court.
Yes, she should be.
Is that likely to happen now, given the developments that she has already fled the country?
Well, that's the effort that we have to make, because she has a lot of bloods in her hands. Just if you can imagine, in the span of 48 hours, the number of young people she killed, her forces and her student wings killed on the behest of her. It's unprecedented, not only in Bangladesh's history. I think in contemporary, you can't show me in anywhere in the world that in 48 hours, a ruler of a country killed 300 people of their own. Young people, students, men and women. Most of them are teenagers. And then in the span of these 2 weeks, the official figure is almost like 450 plus, and unofficial figure, because the Sheikh Hasina's regime, she sent the DGFI and the intelligence agencies to take the death register from the hospitals of officials, both the private and public, were told not to disclose any information about the disease, any information about how many people are wounded, and etc. She had a carnage. She laid a carnage on her own people for the last 2 weeks, and that's just only one aspect of her crime. In my lifetime, I have never seen police and security forces shooting at protesters indiscriminately like this.
Okay. Sultan, continue to be with
I
us because Nitin Pai will be, exiting the panel in just a bit. So, Nitin, a word from you. What is likely to happen in Bangladesh in the next 1 week? Okay, I think we have lost that connection with Nitin Pai. Lieutenant General, Nitin, if you heard me, what is likely to happen in Bangladesh?
Bangladesh is a very sophisticated polity. The people are politically mature, they're politically aware, and they're politically empowered. There are very strong political parties which represent various sections of society. So you're going to see a contestation, right? A lot depends on the army and the interim government it creates. If the interim government by the army, created by the army, goes ahead and restores democracy, elections, etc., we are going to see a good outcome. But as many people know, that armies and interim governments really don't go together. General Musharraf formed an interim government which lasted almost like 15 years in one way or the other, right? So we just hope that the army doesn't retain power in the way it does, because that's going to export a whole lot of different kinds of vectors of disorder to different parts of the world. So we should hope that the interim government conducts elections, and whichever party comes to power is a party which India will have to deal with. And the party in Dhaka will have to deal with India, who is in power. So I think the fact that who is on which side is a little overdone. We should just hope that stability returns, and it's a form of stability where there is some kind of a constitutional liberal democracy at play, and not some whimsical military dictator who retains power.
All right, Nitin, thank you so much. I would request all the panelists to continue to be with us. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. A short break and then I return.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
The aspiration for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome back. Sheikh Hasina, who had ruled Bangladesh since 2009 and had in fact defied weeks of demands that were coming from protesters, had to leave Bangladesh today. She is presently in India and is likely to fly out to London any moment. Even as we speak, protests are continuing in Bangladesh. The protesters who have called themselves for peace have been protesters for supporting long march to Dhaka, have now taken charge of the country. The army is saying that they will be forming an interim government. Let me go back to the guests and bring in Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain. Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, even as we speak, there is an important Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs meeting happening at Prime Minister's residence. What are the security challenges for India with the developments in the neighborhood?
See, Maria, as far as India is concerned, for us, our near abroad, the neighborhood policy remains one of the most important security considerations as a part of our overall foreign policy. And within the neighborhood first policy, I think Bangladesh virtually stands.
Yes.
Yes, but I think it is Bangladesh, the border, the long border with Bangladesh, which stands out perhaps the most important, the one. We can't afford instability in this part of the region. You know, we have got a very narrow, you know about the Siliguri corridor, we've got a very narrow corridor going into the northeast. Bangladesh in the middle is stable, if as a stable country in the middle, a stable region, obviously it provides an add-on security to this entire region. With the kind of instability there at the moment and no certainty as to who is going to be in charge of this in the very near future, there is obviously a lot of room for concern as far as the government of India is concerned. The issue is not just that of another government coming or that of the army continuing. It's the issue which is troubling almost the entire world. The issue of extremist, the aspect of radicalism. Now, this is an aspect, an entity which has been troubling Bangladesh for so long. And Bangladesh, in fact, Sheikh Hasina was the bulwark against it. She's the one who fought against this all these years. One of the reasons why perhaps she took her eyes off the scanner was the fact that she was so deeply embroiled into countering this, which was all in our interest. And that's one of the major reasons why the relationship with Sheikh Hasina and India was always so strong. So obviously at this time when the first day itself, the degree of uncertainty, with no certainty as to who is going to be in charge tomorrow, this is something that we will have to contend with. But our options are there. Whatever happens, we need to have a good working relationship with whichever government comes to power in Bangladesh, with the Bangladesh army itself, and a good relationship with the people of Bangladesh, because this is not an area where we can afford to have anything going wrong as far as our security is concerned.
Okay. Riazul Islam is Senior Vice President of Bangladesh Association of International Recruiting Agencies. He's joining me from Dhaka. We also have Ayanjeet Sen, International Affairs expert. Riazul Islam, coming to you, you know, the general sense among the youth has been that here is a government which was corrupt. They were responsible for providing them jobs, which has increased, you know, there was a great degree of joblessness in the country. The restlessness among the youth had been growing. Where do you think the government got it horribly wrong? Why didn't they sense this coming if the youth had taken to the streets?
Well, Mario, hi, good evening. We have a host of very knowledgeable people. This is definitely a breaking news globally. and thankfully, we just, came across a very great deal of anxiety and tension. Your question regarding the student uproar and the overall thing is that, yes, taken by Sheikh Hasina was that I think she took a bit of long time to realize the situation, because the youths for long they have been sort of murmuring over the quota issue because they are unemployed. It takes quite a bit of money to get graduation or to get a high degree. And after all that 6 years of toiling in the university, if they're jobless, definitely there's a level of frustration. So that crept up, and there were corruption in other level too. The full thing boiled, in a pressure cooker situation, and it was very difficult for the government to absorb it. Like corruption was there plentiful. Then the dealing with the government student section was a bit what I would say unrealistic. They gave them a free hand. So coupling of all this thing together and the quota issue was really the main point.
The question
and
is
Sheikh Hasina did.
that can the army really address the concerns of the students in the immediate run, in the short term?
Well, Maria, I'm glad to say in a very positive note, the army did a splendid job. And before the army gave the verdict or they'll come to settle the issue, our High Court has already given the verdict that they have already accepted the quota issue, and the students should be happy to have gone home. But unfortunately, there were some few, unfinished homework by the police and by the intelligence department. They have manhandled the pioneers of the issue. They manhandled them severely, and that erupted into a big blast. You see, they were taken in the special branch, and they said they were tortured, they were harassed, they were forced to make a statement which was not true. So, and when they were released, they come out and they spill the beans, and that led to the problem, and it was too much to handle. And thankfully, that we did come out of a big scare. There could have been a civil war. There could have been a huge casualty of life. Thankfully, it seems to be in a good note now, under control. Army has done a splendid job. I'm sure about that.
Okay. But Anjit Sen, is there a sense that Sheikh Hasina quitting, leaving Bangladesh is really not good news for India, given the kind of hardliners that have taken, charge in many ways in this entire region, and of course they have an underwritten support by China?
Well, yes, I would say, from an Indian standpoint, it's very important that certainly that the Army League government, which was in power, would have stayed on. But now with the power gone, and with if the BNP Jamaat combined come in place, or even the interim government which is in place right now, from that perspective, I think India has a lot of road to travel from, compared to what it had done over the past 15 years when Hasina was in power. So it's still to be seen as to how things go ahead, because the drama is still not over. There are still quite a few things which are going to happen in Bangladesh, as we will see in the near future.
Okay. Sultan, I want to understand from you, because there are reports that I'm reading that the country's military and other security forces had stopped supporting, Sheikh Hasina's government through this entire unrest. That they had started backing the protesters more than the government. They were not really playing as much role as the Prime Minister would have wanted in curbing these protests.
Well, this is a very technical question. Yes, I would answer to that. That actually there was, unrest boiling in the few sectorial issues. So there was quite a few issues, and that all, boiled up, and the pressure cooker lid was up. It ended with these issues. So there was a good platform to finish other grievances. They put all other grievances as one, and the lid went off. And it was too hard to control for Sheikh Hasina to, bring this huge, chaos and huge cacophony into order. It was beyond her control. That would lead to a civil war.
Sultan, would you respond to that question as well, please?
Sure. Could you repeat the question, because
yes, my question is the role of the army and the security forces when the protests peaked.
Got it. Okay. I think that's partly correct because we know that when Sheikh Hasina deployed army on 18th July, I suppose, and at that time, army tried to actually contain the violence, contain the protesters, shot at them, I think killed some people. And we have seen a lieutenant, an officer with the lieutenant rank or above, he himself shot at protesters. But I think after those few scenes, there was a huge rancor within the rank and file of the army. Because you have to remember that Sheikh Hasina is an extremely unpopular leader, and not only among the masses, but also among the officers and the soldiers. She ruled the country with the iron fist, with the brutality and violence. And unfortunately, the brutality and the violence that actually bringing her down, brought her down. So army initially, I mean, some of the rogue elements within the army that is extremely loyal to her, they engaged with the protesters violently. But then again, as I mentioned, there was a huge pushback from the army, from the people, and there was a massive social media campaign leveling the army as a traitor and etc. So army got really nervous, and also the diaspora people played an excellent, huge role. The entire diaspora of 10 million people, I would say majority of them, I have never seen in my life the diaspora has mobilized this much. Hundreds of letters have been sent to UN mission and the UN and etc. And we are organizing the ICC thing. So the pressure was mounting from all sides, and army found it in a very impossible fix. Either they have to protect Sheikh Hasina and inflict further damage to their own reputation, risk their UN mission, and etc. But also, I think army was losing legitimacy big time. And I applaud the army leadership that
visuals coming in of Bangladesh parliament ransacked, given the complete lack of faith that the people have now on any government, then the role of the army, those are the visuals coming in of the parliament being ransacked. Does it actually mean that there cannot be any interim government? What can be the interim government here, Riazul Islam? If people of Bangladesh, students in particular, have no faith in the politicians.
Well, I just would like to add one point that the people are angry. These are the people have been subjugated, brutally subjugated over the last one decade or more. They have been facing deaths. They have been facing violence from the state forces and non-state actors like Chhatra League and etc. So it's just the venting of the anger and frustration. And I don't think army wants to contain this right now, because it's just letting the people venting their anger. I'm sure they will quell the situation and people will get back to home. But I think this is like the wrath of the people who have been subjugated for the last decade.
All right. A word from you, Lieutenant General Atta Hasnan, and then I wrap up this conversation.
Yeah, Maria, I've been observing, I've been hearing the arguments of all our friends from Bangladesh here. I think Mr. Zakaria has got it absolutely right. In the sense, what you're seeing, the chaos which you're seeing in the Parliament House at the moment is nothing but euphoria. The euphoria of having overthrown a government and a violent government and also virtually in terms of bringing about turmoil and then carrying this out. This is not likely to last for very long. And I think the Bangladesh army is being sensible at the same time of not trying to do something like shoot at sight orders, which is a very, very common thing which happens in many countries when this kind of a situation starts emanating. So I think the next 2 days, 48 hours to 96 hours will be very, very crucial. But you are right, I cannot identify personalities. I can't even think of political leadership at this time. It will have to be the army and the army alone, which will have to stabilize this situation. And if that happens, I foresee that Bangladesh is in for a slightly elongated period of army rule.
All right. So that's an important point of view coming in from Lieutenant General Atasna. And thank you so much for your time here, Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, Anjit Sen, and Riazul Islam. Joining me now is Shamsher Chaudhry. He's the former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Mr. Chaudhry, appreciate your time. What is the situation on ground with the Prime Minister having left? Is the interim government already in place, or are you seeing this more as a state of flux?
Thank you very much for inviting me. There are two kinds of situation going on here now. One is the public outpouring of celebration, whatever you want to call it. Some of it is in the form of vandalism, which is certainly not desired and not wished. And the army chief himself, one of the civil society leaders of the protesters group, and the Secretary General of BNP has appealed for calm and restoring order. And we hope that will work. But you know, in a situation like this, where things turn 180 degrees overnight or within an hour, nothing calms down immediately. It's like a storm. A storm doesn't settle immediately. The other thing that is happening now is the formation of an administration, an interim administration, as the army chief has said. How that will play out, I really have no clue. Obviously, there is the constitution still in place. So the constitution allows certain things and doesn't allow certain things. The constitution doesn't allow a non-party interim government. It just doesn't. So how do you circumvent that challenge? The prime minister has to be somebody from who's a sitting member of the parliament. So the parliament is still there. In letter of the constitution and spirit, it says the prime minister has to have the confidence of the majority of the members of the parliament. Now, in theory, the majority of the party is her own party, Awami League. So if you don't have a prime minister from the Awami League, then how do you overcome that? But obviously, a prime minister from the Awami League will not be acceptable to the people. So the next best thing is to have somebody as a prime minister who is a member of the parliament, who had been in alliance with Awami League before, but this time he fought his election on his own. He's a former foreign minister, that is Anisam Mahmood. He's from Jatiyo Party. So maybe that may be one way out. I'm not saying this is the way out with any degree of certainty. I think that is one way out. And then he can create a set of, small cabinet for a month or something and call a fresh election. Then the president can dissolve the parliament also. Now, the president can dissolve the parliament right now, then you have a constitutional vacuum. So then you switch to then you declare a state of emergency under the president. The army chief has said that no state of emergency is being declared. So you have to play with the constitutionality on one side and public sentiments on the other. How do you find the right balance in the interim is a big question.
And Mr. Chaudhry, the question is, given the kind of vandalism and tension we are seeing, there are visuals coming in of Parliament being vandalized, airport is shut, TV stations vandalized, Awami League offices set on fire. Does it really stop here with the exit of the Prime Minister?
Very good question. I wish I could give you a very accurate answer. I wish, as a patriotic Bangladesh who fought for my country's independence, I really hope that sanity prevails, vandalism is not resorted to, or vandalism is stopped right now, it doesn't continue, because then you have a problem of crowd control. And who are best placed to control the crowd? Is it the police? The police, people don't have any trust or faith in the police. The police killed 300 people over the last few days. The Awami League student wing were directly involved in beating people to death. So the only institution that enjoys trust for controlling law and order is the military. And the army chief has said that our role will be simply to ensure maintenance of law and order, nothing more than that. That is what he has said. But the army does enjoy a degree of trust. But I have seen in one television footage that army officers or soldiers bringing down the portrait of Sheikh Hasina in her office and breaking it to pieces. So are elements in the army also getting caught up in the vandalism, or are they being forced to do that by the public? I cannot give you a clear answer to that. I hope that vandalism in the end doesn't solve the problem. There should be a peaceful transition of power. The degree of public anger, Maria, is goes back to a series of rigged elections, one after the other. That I am the only one who can run Bangladesh. Very dismissive attitude towards public sentiments. When the students said that reform the job quota system, they didn't say abolish it. And then she was very dismissive about it, calling them Razakars and all this kind of thing. And that ignited the fire even more. Overnight, it turned into a national movement, not just a student movement. And then you unleash your Chhatra League, the student wing of the Awami League, on the public, and people being beaten to death mercilessly. Girls being, literally hit by, hard weapons on their head, on their body. Chhatra League rushing into the emergency unit of the Dhaka Medical College, pulling out wounded students and beating them again in the hospital. So that is, again, one is well, you cannot separate one from the other. If you go to one extreme of violence, then the answer immediately is another form of violence. It could have been all avoided if the Prime Minister had reacted in time.
Absolutely. Mr. Shamshed Chaudhary, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us here from Dhaka on NDTV and sharing your thoughts. With that, it's a wrap from me. Vishnu Shom joins you next. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, वन वर्ल्ड हाइजीन.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. अर्शदीप हमारे साथ है.
Good evening and welcome. The real political crisis in Bangladesh will, in this program over the next 1 hour, bring you the very latest. I'm Vishnu Shom. It started in the morning when Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, fled her country. She is now in India after flying to the Hindon Air Force Base on the outskirts of Delhi. She's met the National Security Advisor. Is she going to be going to the United Kingdom after this? Will they grant her permission to stay in the United Kingdom at this juncture? We just don't know. She's in India at the moment on a day in which there's been absolute anarchy on the streets of Dhaka. Lakhs of people out on the roads. They went into a house, they've pilfered things inside a house, they've taken away furniture, utensils. The Bangladesh army is now in charge. An interim government is in the process of being formed. But the mobs are still out on the streets of Dhaka, and there is a real worry that more damage and destruction can still take place. It is a free-for-all on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital. What are the ramifications of this, both from a law and order standpoint in Bangladesh, from a stability situation across South Asia, and of course the Sheikh Hasina story? What happens to her next? Will she be granted asylum in the United Kingdom? If not, where does she go? Or does she stay in India? Remember, she's been a close friend of India's as well. When all of this took place, there are some reports which suggest that the army chief went up to her and said, this is the situation, there are lakhs of people out on the road, your position is untenable, and you have 45 odd minutes to resign. She did apparently resign. She was put onto a helicopter, flown to the Kurmitola Air Base, and from there she boarded a Hercules transport aircraft which flew all the way to Hindon Air Force Base. That's where she is now. As I mentioned, she's met the National Security Advisor. We do expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry later on, and perhaps a statement in Parliament by the Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, tomorrow. But here's what the Bangladesh Army Chief had to say on trying to get the situation in control.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
Well, there's an important meeting which is now taking place of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which is looking very closely at the situation in Bangladesh. My colleague Vasudha joins us in just a few moments from now. We'll get more updates on that. But the government is well and truly looking out at the situation in Bangladesh, trying to get a proper understanding of what the situation on the ground is. I'm joined now by Sushant Sareen, the strategic affairs expert, and India's former High Commissioner in Bangladesh and the former diplomat Veena Sikri. Ambassador Sikri, did you expect the situation to unravel in Bangladesh quite as quickly as it did?
I must say very clearly that the situation began as a quota reform movement, but it has morphed into something totally different. I think that one must understand that the quota reform movement, those students who were uncoordinated leaders, they were just coordinators from different universities. There was no structured hierarchy among them. These quota reform leaders had been supported by Sheikh Hasina. In 2018, she actually abolished the quota. There was no quota for 6 years. And then when the High Court tried to restore the quota, she went to Supreme Court and got a decision. Now, right up to 21st July Supreme Court decision, the quota reform movement's demands had been met by that time. But in the meanwhile, with the firing, with the Awami League, Chhatra League, the students' wing of Awami League, the Shibir students' wing of Jamaat, and the BNP students' wing, with them entering the fray, the program became totally political, totally political. Even yesterday, the Daily Star in Bangladesh declared that 204 people had died. That was before the curfew and the additional deaths that have taken place yesterday and today. 204 people had died. Of them, 53 were students. That's all. The rest were, civil society people, the police, they were the these political activists and so on. So the movement has morphed into something totally different. It has probably been taken over by the Jamatis, because when you're showing these visuals of the protesters trying to vandalize a statue of father of the nation, Sheikh Mujib, this cannot be the students who will do it. The students are completely patriotic. Their movement was apolitical, and they had got the relief they wanted. But now the statue is being vandalized. The home of Sheikh Mujib, where he was assassinated, that has been burnt, and we have seen that even Hindu homes are being burnt. It is complete chaos. The army chief has presented an interim list. He is now, I understand, meeting the president and hopes to get approval of the interim list and announce that the interim government can start its activities. But in the meanwhile, the protesters have to agree to leave the streets and go back to their universities or their homes and,
All right, Ambassador
start
Sikri,
their
just be with us for a moment. We've got some breaking news. The Cabinet Committee on Security meeting here in Delhi. Vasudha Venugopal joins us for more on this. Vasudha, what are you hearing? All right, apologies. We've lost that line. Sushant Sareen, let me come back to you. There has been no statement, Sushant, from the United Kingdom that they'll accept Sheikh Hasina and any appeal to stay on asylum bid in the United Kingdom. She's now here in India. Is there a strong possibility that she could be here for some time until she figures out where she wants to go? Or do you believe there is a real possibility that she will be granted asylum in India? She's been a close friend of this country.
Look, if she asks for asylum in India, I see no reason why India should not give it to her. India has not had a very stellar reputation of standing by her friends. Thankfully, this time, we've given her a safe passage. We've tried to do it earlier in Afghanistan as well with Dr. Najibullah. But I think it is important that while we continue to engage with whoever is in power in Bangladesh, we also give a very firm message that yes, anybody who's been a friend of India, if they want asylum in India, I don't see any reason why we cannot consider it. But it'll depend on Sheikh Hasina whether she would want asylum in India, because there would, of course, be certain limitations in India's case, simply because, we border Bangladesh. If Sheikh Hasina wants to get active in politics again and starts doing her politics from here, then it could impact on our relations with whoever is in power in Bangladesh. There would be those considerations, certainly. But at least in the interim, I see no reason why we should not treat her as an honored guest and convey this very firm message all across the world that we will stick with our friends and we will continue to do business with whoever is in power in their countries. And other countries do
Sure.
it, and I see no reason India should not do it.
Ambassador Sikri, interesting. If this is the case, then it would be the second time when she's been granted asylum, right, in our country. It's 75 when Sheikh Mujib was assassinated, that she came to our country, spent several years. Her love for India, in a sense, would have really grown in the number of years that she spent earlier on. And how the clock comes full circle, the world comes full circle in a sense for her now, that she's back in our country in a very similar situation.
It is really tragic to see that it was her father's assassination who then led to her. She had been abroad. She and her sister Rehana, they were not in Dhaka at the time when the assassination took place on 15th August 1975. And otherwise, they would have been, with the entire family, her younger brother, newly married brother, the young child brother, Sheikh Russell, they were all cruelly assassinated. But then she was in Germany at the time because her husband was a scientist and he was doing some work there. And she was given asylum in India. After that, she stayed here for several years and went back to Dhaka when then the Awami League elected her as president of the Awami League, and she went back and started her activities there. Now, of course, it's tragic that at this very short notice, because the students' movement morphed into a political anti-Sheikh Hasina movement with the Jamatis leading it, no doubt supported by Pakistan and China. I say China because I see that the way the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was treated in China in her recent visit there in the second week of July, it was very unusual for China to treat a guest whom they have invited in this manner.
Sure.
And I've been asking, I said all along, why did this happen? And now we know the reason why, because they had already thought that they didn't, they wouldn't support her anymore.
Okay, Ambassador
So I
Sikri,
think
half a second. Let's just get a ground report right now. Salman Saeed, a reporter, with us at this stage. What is the situation, Salman, on the ground right now? What exactly are you seeing?
Hello, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Salman, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
What is the situation right now? Are the mobs still out on the streets of Dhaka?
I'm standing just a few hundred, like a kilometer from the parliament and the prime minister's home that was vandalized. This place called Mohammedpur area, but the police station just right next to my home. I don't want to name the station, but it's being literally set on fire. I can see smoke. People are vandalizing the cars and everything, looting. I've spoken to a couple of people. They were like taking out their printers, the arms and ammunitions from the police station, and they're just looting. And they're going over. I can still hear the sounds from here. Streets of Dhaka is really chaotic. When I just crossed the house of the parliament, prime minister home, just behind the parliament, there was a huge traffic there. People were trying to just get inside her home, trying to take away things. I met some of the people. I spoke to them. Some of them I met. One of the person who found Bangladesh national flag on this floor lying, and he brought it. He thought it should not be lying. It should be in a place where we can show respect. At this point, people are really upset and scared a bit. Tensions are really high. We are hearing a lot of ruling party supporters, leaders, their houses are being set on fire, right? And people are really struggling to stay on the streets.
Right. All right, just be with us for a moment, Salman, and be careful where you're reporting from. Joined now by Professor Mohammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel Laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed. And that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that finally led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not the Dhaka city, millions of people out in the street enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have gone through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them, and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now,
Yunus, is it not your worry, sir? Is it not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned.
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy. That was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No, but Professor Yunus, the worry also, sir.
A transparent election.
Right, by all means, absolutely. Democracy must thrive in Bangladesh, no two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements, of course. Any nation
so that's the problem, sir, because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea, because...
No, I don't know if she's going to... She's in India now. I don't know if she's going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I asked that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi and Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concern. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that so many of us who observe Bangladesh closely is that the interim might be much more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be a volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem, because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens, and they know there's a democracy. Their democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people. Look, it will be in order. Democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice, because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote, elect their own representatives.
Yeah. Sir, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Mohammad Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
I'm joined now by David Bergman, a British investigative journalist and a former editor of Netra News, the Bangladeshi news channel. Mr. Bergman, do we have any word from the United Kingdom on whether they would be willing to accept Sheikh Hasina?
There's been no word from the United Kingdom. Of course, Sheikh Hasina's niece, Tulip Siddiq, who is an MP for the Labour Party, in fact, is now a minister, is here in the UK. And in fact, Sheikh Hasina's sister, Rahana, Tulip's mother, is also in the UK. So you can see why this could be a natural place for her to try to come to. And no doubt Tulip, as a person of influence these days in the Labour government, may be able to swing it for her if that is what she wants. But I just want to come back to correct what I heard earlier from your female contributor, apologies, ambassador, who I think has a very inaccurate misunderstanding of what is going on in Bangladesh, who said she thought that the protests were led by the Jamaat and instigated and supported by China. I mean, I cannot tell you how delusional that view is as somebody who knows Bangladesh well. I mean, these protests came out of the fact that the law enforcement authorities killed at least 200,000 people. Had that not happened, then there would not have been an enormous amount of popular involvement in the protests. And you would not have been in a situation where if you went on the streets today, you would not find hardly a person who would not support the removal of Sheikh Hasina. She brought this situation completely on herself, and it is really a popular movement. There is no doubt all opposition groups are involved in some way, but that is not what this is about. This is about a popular sentiment throughout Bangladesh who had it with the Awami League and Sheikh Hasina, partly because they had been in power for 15 years and hadn't had any proper free and fair elections, partly because human rights violations were at a very, very poor level, and then because in the last 2 weeks, she's killed 200 citizens who are students, passers-by, including 30 children. That was a deep sear into the soul of Bangladesh.
All right, Mr. Bergman, half a second. Ambassador Sikri wants to reply. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I would like to say very clearly that I am not delusional. I was repeating what happened, that it began as a quota reform movement and it morphed into something quite different, very different, because we know the Daily Star published the figures yesterday that 204 people were died, not 200,000 as you said, but 200, and out of that 53 were students. 53 were students and the others were policemen and civilians and others who were also involved. They had given a detailed breakdown after examining bit by bit. It has been a quota reform movement and successfully led by the students. Sheikh Hasina had supported them in that right up till the Supreme Court verdict. But in the meanwhile, the clashes took place between all the political party youth wings, and this led to complete mayhem. And today, what is being shown in visuals about the attacks on Sheikh Mujib's statue, on his home in Dhanmandi, burning of Hindu homes. All this is not the case of students. I don't think there are any students on the streets anymore. I don't think, as Mohammed Yunus said, they're celebrating. Are they celebrating by burning homes, by putting things on fire, by looting homes? This is not a celebration. So I am saying that the need is for stability. That's what my point was, mainly that the army chief would be focusing on bringing stability into the situation by presenting the interim government proposal to the president, and that the new interim government can start working. The first thing he said in his own press conference, the army chief, that he would like the protesters to go away from the streets. Nobody's calling them students anymore. They're protesters who are there from different political parties.
David, a quick response. This is no longer just a student protest.
First of all, the ambassador has got the chronology completely wrong. On the 16th of July, 6 people were killed. In subsequent days, the next 10 days, a total of 200 people were killed by law enforcement authorities. They were almost all shot. That is a reality, okay? Subsequently, yesterday, there were 100 people killed, and it was a result of clashes between both the protesters and the student wing of the Awami League. But why did the Awami League instruct the student wing to go out on the streets when there were huge protests of people calling for the removal of Sheikh Hasina? Clearly, that was a recipe for disaster. It was predictable, it was foreseeable. I said that the night before, this shouldn't happen, but in fact it happened. In terms of your other point, which is a very important point, I completely accept the issue of law and order and the issue of recriminations right now is crucial. And I'm really concerned about the fact that people are taking recriminatory measures against the Awami League. That is really problematic, and maybe even against minority communities. That is really problematic, and the army should have been much better prepared
And these are
to
not
deal with that.
students. And these are not students who are doing it. These are not
No, of
students who are
course they're
doing
not
it.
students. We are talking about the population of Bangladesh. We are talking about a movement which incorporates. I can tell you, my family is in Bangladesh right now. They're involved, and everybody's all their
I
friends
know.
are involved. There is no
All right, okay,
one-
both of you
there is
hold on
no
for
one,
one
I'm
sec.
sorry,
I want to
who's
go
got
across
I
to.
know Honorable Kamal Hussain very well. I know
Okay,
him
okay,
very
okay.
well.
One sec,
He's
one
a
sec.
good friend of
Let's
mine.
just. I want to move on to my other
Kamal
voices.
Hussain.
Mohammed Al Masoom Khan, a senior journalist in Bangladesh and an associate with Millennium TV, joins us right now. The big question now, Mr. Khan, what's happening on the streets? We've had journalists report to us just a little while back that police stations were still being looted. Is that what you're hearing?
Thank you so much. This situation in Bangladesh is very critical and very difficult situation around our own country, Bangladesh. Because all our students and people, a few days, few weeks, Bangladesh, get very well, and all our world journalists, political person, prime minister, president, very know. This situation today, the Bangladesh Prime Minister and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sister Sheikh Rehana leave Bangladesh. But this time he leave India. So Bangladesh people ask, Bangladesh minority, Hindus, all are people this time say a peaceful Bangladesh. So what this situation create this time every people, every our Bangladeshi minority people say uh, don't any violence. This time, some people, some elegant people attack Aum League political
I just want to
leaders.
go back to,
House.
and let's try and get Salman Saeed back on if we can in just a few moments. We'll try and get him back. But for the benefit of our viewers, I just want to go through some of the images that we've been seeing, which really have defined today. And I think that's one of the images of people just, out of control, entering Sheikh Hasina's house, making off with her with her furniture, with her utensils, etc., etc. Her father, the late Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, his statue being defiled over there, any number of people crossing the gates, jumping over the gates and breaking open the gates later on of the official residence of Sheikh Hasina, who then had to bid a hasty retreat from that place, got onto a helicopter, went to the Kurmitola Air Base, got onto a Hercules transport, then flew to Delhi, to the Hindon Air Force Base. That's where she is now. Sorry, go ahead.
This situation created 6 months ago. Some people, some entire our humanity, the Bangladeshi, some our current only government.
Right.
This situation is very difficult.
No, it is very difficult, and I just wanted to get a couple of more reactions on that.
China and Pakistan intelligence ISS back the wall.
Okay, Mr. Khan, hold on. I just wanted to go back to Sushant, who's been waiting very patiently. The macro picture over here, from an India standpoint, what are some of the broader concerns, Sushant?
I think, Vishnu, one of the concerns is, of course, the kind of pogroms which we are seeing on the streets against the Hindus. I wonder, there is this mindless denial that all of this is students. It's all nice and happy. Even the professor earlier, the Nobel Laureate, all kinds of people these days get Nobel Prizes. People are enjoying on the streets. Maybe they enjoy by burning Hindu homes. I don't know. But the kind of exodus of Hindus that has taken place from about 22-24% of the population, they're down to about 8% or something. And everybody's in denial. So one is, of course, that this latest round of what is happening, Will it lead to another exodus of the Hindu community? And then, if you have a refugee crisis, how are you going to handle it? Secondly, we don't know what kind of stability, if at all, is going to come to Bangladesh right now. Right now, things are in a flux. We are hearing of all kinds of violence on the streets. We don't know who is actually leading these mobs, whether these mobs can, the law and order can be restored by
Nobody
the
is leading
army.
them, Sushant. That's the big worry.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I asked it in a rhetorical manner that who's leading these mobs.
Yeah.
And if nobody is leading, and because we are seeing violence across the country, right? It's not just in Dhaka, or not just this large mob which was making a beeline for Dhaka, which is carrying out this kind of, the rape and pillage which is taking place. It's happening across the country. So the question then is, how do they restore order? And then they formed an interim government. Will this interim government be acceptable to all sides, or will there be a big furor over this particular government? And will this government then be able to restore some kind of semblance of law and order and of running the government, which has been in a state of disarray for a fair bit of time? So I think there are going to be serious concerns. And then whatever replaces that government finally, will they follow the policy of the past 15 years back, where the Jamaat and the BNP were together in government, and they were sponsoring Islamist terrorists, they were sponsoring separatist groups in India, terrorism was coming into India from Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina clamped down on that activity, which is what led to a lot of good developments between India and Bangladesh, because the Indian security concerns were taken care of. So these are very serious concerns. And then, of course, you already have a Myanmar on our borders, which is in a flux. You have a Bangladesh, which is God knows where it's going. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very serious crisis on our eastern borders.
All right.
Which is what we will be looking at, which Vishnu really means that a kind of a third front is opening up for India. We have
it's a nightmarish situation. And if things aren't controlled fast, I'm just going back to Salman Said, who joins us once again. Salman, has there been any attack more than the one odd attack which has been reported against minorities? Is there something larger and more systemic in your country which is already starting?
So right now we are, there's been a lot of attacks in the political party people's house, the ruling party people's house, and the police station. That is more worrying at the moment. The police stations are really place where there are more arms and ammunitions. As I told you earlier, just the police station right inside my house, it's just a few hundred meters walking distance, right? I can still see the fires are burning. People are making sounds. They are taking out guns and firing in the skies. I don't know what they're doing, but it's kind of dangerous also. Normal civilians having lethal weapons in hands. We don't know what they're going to do with this. Not everyone is celebrating. Some are taking advantage of this situation. I was going out to pick up my wife a few hours back from their celebration from the Parliament building side. There also, when I was crossing Prime Minister's home, I could see a huge traffic. They're trying to enter the Prime Minister's building residence and trying to loot everything. But till the celebration is fine. But now the law and order needs to come in some control. I think the military will, or the police, they will restore at one point. Just we don't know how the security of the people, lives of people, and their belongings will be said. That is the problem. As I speak, I don't know if you can hear on my background, there are sounds of cars being broken, police cars basically. I don't know. I can try to show you if you can see the fire from my window. The road, and then you see the light. There are fires still burning.
Yes, we can see that. Go ahead, keep talking. Describe what you're seeing.
Yeah. So there, I can see exactly there. I was there in front of that building. People were chanting slogans, and they were happy. And everything was. They're saying, the ruling party Awami League has left. Now they will catch each of the Awami League. They were shouting slogans. each of the Awami League people will be caught and then they will kill them or something like that. So it's a lot of brutal anger, of these decades of people suppressed. They could not come out of their home. Other believer of other political parties, they could not talk. They were hiding. All of them have come out. And when there's so much corruption in this country. I was talking to a couple of students when the celebration march was going around Sydney. I was walking through and I was talking with the students who are the real heroes. These students, these young kids were the real heroes of this protest and this freedom. Since myself, these students, we haven't seen the 71 war, but we have seen 2024's.
No, but Salman, let me ask you
victory.
this question. Would you agree that this began as a student protest but ended up becoming something much larger? And that the protest that you're seeing now is not so much about the quota, right? But it is, it's about something much larger. It's being called freedom and democracy by some people, but it could be an opportunity for strange forces, dangerous forces in Bangladesh to take advantage of the situation, and the entire situation becomes even worse. Is that a worry?
I will. It is a worry, but I will also agree. It was a small protest started by the students of Dhaka University as a quota movement. But then, when the corrupt or government officials were trying to mobilize them and motivate them to say what they wanted, these young kids were very smart. They called themselves Gen Z. They're the generation who fought for there was a traffic rules and regulations.
Sure. I just wanted to quickly go across to Muhammad Ali Masoom Khan once again. Mr. Khan, who is in this interim government that is being formed? Do we have any names?
Okay. This time, our army chief and all our army high official person this night meeting our honorable president Shahabuddin. At this meeting attend all our Bangladesh political parties high official, but this meeting without Awami League. This situation under at this time our generation, our people, all our Hindus, minority people, this situation, all our people, all acts a peaceful democracy country running in Bangladesh. So Bongo Bhavan has destroyed all our student people get some rover this honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina usual.
Sir, the line is coming and going. I'll come back to you in just a moment. David Bergman, what exactly is the way forward? And do you have confidence in the ability of the Bangladesh Army chief and the Bangladesh Army to try and bring normalcy? Because he has made it absolutely clear that there will be no force per se. They will not open fire. But in a situation like this, when you've got crazy mobs out there, how do you actually control these mobs?
I was very surprised that the army had not planned the situation better so that they were out in the country and able to ensure that the scenes that we are seeing, which are concerning, undoubtedly, didn't occur, because it was foreseeable that there's a huge amount of anger. I mean, I get the understanding from your speakers from India that they don't recognize this, but from a context of Bangladesh, there is huge amount of anger and resentment against the government, against Sheikh Hasina, which obviously focused in these huge protests that took over from the quota protests. And that has come out. And so it was very obvious that you would have a lot of emotions which are pent up and which are coming out in the kind of violence that we're seeing now. And I'm very concerned that the army hasn't been able to get this under control, and they absolutely must do, because clearly this cannot go on, and the whole idea of a positive future will not be quite so obvious to anyone if it doesn't happen. I think putting that to one side and assuming the army does able to manage that, then there's the question of how successful the interim government can be. They have a huge challenge ahead of them, because you have to recognize that the Awami League Party took control over all the major institutions of state. And so they are full of Awami League loyalists. And that was the way the Awami League was able to rule as effectively as they have. And so it's going to be difficult for an interim government that's going to try to govern in a different way. They're going to have to use the judiciary, the civil service, the law enforcement authorities to do much of their work. And if they remain partisan to the Awami League, that is going to prove to be very difficult. There's also another issue about accountability. There is a popular demand that those involved in these killings be brought to account. Now, can that be done fairly? Is the army the right entity to be involved in the investigations, which I believe is what they've said they are? I mean, that's of concern, because you don't want a situation where you return to the same old lack of due process as many people thought existed under the Awami League.
Right.
So there are tremendous amount of challenges ahead for the new government.
All right, I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us. An absolute crisis in Bangladesh at this stage. What happens tomorrow or going onwards? Will there be some sort of control on this crowd? A huge regional impact already, and no one really seems to know where this is all headed. We're going to take a short break at this stage. We're going to come back to this story. Just for the benefit of our viewers, a quick summary. Bangladesh was plunged into crisis far more than what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina having to flee the country. She's now in India. We don't know where she's headed next. She's in the national capital region. She's met the national security advisor. Protesters stormed into her house. Lakhs of people out on the streets of Dhaka. These are images from inside her house. They pilfered, they stole. The army came in a press conference, said that they were now in charge. An interim government was being formed, advising people to go back home, but promising that the army would not open fire. At the moment, nobody knows who's leading the protesters. The situation seems to be completely out of control. A major regional crisis, and one that could potentially continue to get out of control. We're going to take a short break. Coming up after that, the former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla on this situation in Bangladesh.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Sheikh Hasina flies to India after being ousted as the Prime Minister. An ugly end to Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule. This is the army takes over as Bangladesh slips into anarchy. The government overthrown in Bangladesh and chaos on the streets. Protesters take over Sheikh Hasina's residence. The parliament is ransacked and the ruling party's office is set on fire. The protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue, but the army chief appeals for peace, says forces won't open fire. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meets Sheikh Hasina and receives her at the IAF Air Base at Hindon. The Prime Minister here in India is briefed at the Cabinet Security Meet at 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence. Jaishankar briefs PM Modi also amid the Bangladesh crisis. Meanwhile, the Border Security Forces issues a high alert along the Indo-Bangladesh border. Curfew also along Meghalaya's border with Bangladesh. In other news, rescue efforts continue in Wayanad. A mass burial of unidentified bodies in Wayanad. The death toll rises to 14 meanwhile in Himachal Pradesh as cloudbursts being reported across cities. Shuttler Lakshya Sen misses his bronze at the Paris Olympics. Meanwhile, coach Padukone schools athletes after Olympics losses. He is the coach of both PV Sindhu and Lakshya Sen. He says players should take responsibility for the loss. And it's endgame Hasina indeed, as unprecedented scenes unfolded in Bangladesh today. The parliament has been ransacked, the Prime Minister's residence has been taken over by protesters as Sheikh Hasina has been forced to quit after an ultimatum from the army, and she is now flown to India. In fact, Sheikh Hasina landed at the Hindon Air Base in India a short while back. What is her next pit stop? Of course, there's no clarity on that, but there's anarchy on the streets of Bangladesh. There you can see those unprecedented visuals. In fact, this is a visual from earlier today when Sheikh Hasina was airlifted to safety, and these are visuals of protesters taking over Sheikh Hasina's home there. In fact, absolutely unprecedented visuals coming in as Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue was vandalized as well. It was targeted. Scenes that were unreal and unexpected. In fact, this is a parliament, the main parliament of Bangladesh, that was ransacked today by protesters. There you can see protesters inside the parliament. In fact, these are protesters who have been, agitating on the streets of Bangladesh for the past couple of weeks. In fact, the main Dhaka palace has also been besieged. In fact, that also has been taken over. Absolutely unprecedented visuals there. There's loot, arson, violence across Bangladesh. Many protesters celebrating as well as Sheikh Hasina has been forced to fly out of Bangladesh amid anarchy. Remember, the Awami League office was also set on fire. Scenes that have been absolutely unprecedented. But this is not the first time that Sheikh Hasina has fled, where she seeks asylum. Of course, all of that remains to be seen. She is currently in India. It was National Security Advisor Ajit Doval who received Sheikh Hasina there as well. In fact, there was a crucial cabinet security meet as well. The Prime Minister was briefed at that crucial CCS meeting at 7 LKM, which is the Prime Minister's residence. So that is crucial as well. Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, the army chief has appealed for peace. He says the army will not open fire. Listen in to what he had to say.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
And my colleague Disha Bagchi is now joining us live from the NDTV newsroom. She's been tracking this story very, very closely. So Disha, what next for Bangladesh? Because that clearly is the focus right now, given the fact that there's anarchy on the streets. The army, of course, now is in control. But how will order be restored in the country?
Right, Vedant. So, as you mentioned, and as we've seen the visuals throughout the day today, lakhs of people, lakhs of protesters were on the ground, ransacking different government residences, government offices, including Sheikh Hasina's residence, as well as the parliament. Now, in terms of what's next, so the army chief did say that now they're going to form an interim government, and there have been statements coming out saying that in the next 24 hours is when this interim government will be set up, which will include, the leaders of different opposition parties in Bangladesh. Now, in terms of the law and order situation in Bangladesh, violence is continuing on the streets. There's been cases of arson and vandalizing continuing on the streets, while the army chief has said that if the protesters cooperate with the armed forces and the situation comes to control, he has ordered the armed forces and the police forces not to fire at protesters. But there is still a situation of turmoil and violence in the country. Things have not yet calmed down, and there is continuing unrest in the country. So it's really a scene of waiting and watching to see what happens next in Bangladesh. In terms of Sheikh Hasina, now Sheikh Hasina, as you also mentioned, is currently in Delhi. She has met NSA Ajit Doval. Now, in terms of what we're hearing is that while some say that she could leave India tonight for London, it is still unclear whether that is to happen or whether she is to remain in India. The UK government has yet to say anything about her request for asylum. So it is a very...
All right, we seem to... Okay, go ahead, Disha. In fact, the breaking news that's just coming in fact, news agency AFP is reporting this, that now the Bangladesh president has ordered the release of the jailed ex-prime minister and the opposition chief as well. So that sort of gives you a sense of how difficult it will be to restore order. Of course, there is on the streets, we see these protests continuing, but politically speaking, there has been a lot of sort of political excesses, as many would call out, as many would call in Bangladesh as well. So keeping all of this in mind, politically speaking, what could be the future for Bangladesh?
So politically speaking, in terms of, as I mentioned, the army chief is to make this interim government. Now, it is to be seen which opposition parties will make up a majority of this government, as all of these party leaders and politicians are in talks with the army chief. As he mentioned in his statement today, that he is in conversation with the politicians as well as the student leaders and the leaders of these protesting groups. So to understand firstly how to meet the demands of these protesters, as well as how to form this government which can bring some law and order into the country. Now Sheikh Hasina's son has gone on to say in various media reports that Sheikh Hasina is unlikely to return to politics. So indicating that now there's also going to be a shift in the Awami League leadership if she does not return to politics in Bangladesh. So
right.
A lot of political transformations coming in Bangladesh now.
Absolutely, Disha. Thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast this evening, Brigadier General Sakawat Hussain, who's the former election commissioner of Bangladesh. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. How do you see what's happening in Bangladesh? Many say, in fact, many voices from Bangladesh have pointed to the fact that, a re-election is perhaps the only solution going forward, because the protesters are clearly not satisfied. I mean, it has grown into a wider movement. Many of them, however, celebrating that Sheikh Hasina has flied out and she's resigned. Now the army is in control. But how do you see the future of Bangladesh? You know, of course, an army coup, as many would call it, isn't very favorable either.
Thank you very much. Actually, a very difficult situation, there's no doubt about it. The reason is that for the last 15 years, I would say a little more than 15 years, that outgoing Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been ruling the country with her iron hand. And she did what she did, not even iota of democratic process, not even her parliament, her cabinet, which has been taken into confidence, whatever actions she has been taking. So what happens is the deprivation. Number one is the deprivation of people not voting for last 15, 16 years. And then, of course, the rise of prices, corruption, then, of course, the joblessness. And, of course, on the top is that our bad governance. All these have accumulated. And it had to happen because the party has collapsed. Because of the fact that the party was run by Sheikh Hasina herself. So the party has collapsed, and what you see is that this kind of vandalism, which is not acceptable, is not supported. Neither the military rule will be supported by the agitators, particularly the students and the civil society. Therefore, this is some kind of a difficult dilemma here.
Right.
And then,
in fact, sir, you know, the defining image of the day, and if you can bring that up, this particular image of Mujibur Rahman's statue being vandalized, you know, it says a lot about the seething anger in Bangladesh, the simmering anger in Bangladesh, because what started off as an anti-reservation protest has clearly grown into a wider movement. What we're seeing in Bangladesh, reminiscent of what we saw in Colombo, you know, how the PM's house was ransacked, the parliament was attacked, the statue was vandalized in this way. It speaks a lot about what's really been, you know, simmering beneath the surface in Bangladesh that has finally gotten this sort of outlet.
Yes, of course. That's what exactly I said. You've been imposing everything that of the wish, you know, just talking about that freedom fight and the spirit of freedom fight without being then categorizing people pro-liberation, of anti-liberation after 15 years. So dividing everything and not listening to the people, not having any contact with the people. And the endemic corruption within the party, corruption within the government, so much so that Prime Minister laughingly said that my peon had taken 400 crore Dhaka and it was flying by helicopter. So you can imagine the depth of the corruption.
Absolutely.
No action has been taken so far, and these statues and other things have been imposed by the cronies.
And as you also pointed out, the party is in a sense reached the end of road, given the fact that you also had Sheikh Hasina's son hinting at no possible return for Sheikh Hasina. So of course a turbulent time certainly for Bangladesh. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Himanshu Shekhar, in fact, our senior colleague, is also joining us live from the Hindon Air Base, where Sheikh Hasina landed this evening. So, Himanshu sir, what are you hearing? Is Sheikh Hasina expected to take off later tonight? There were also reports of her plane being sort of fueled. What is the update from the Hindon Air Base? Will she spend the night in India?
Well, but difficult to answer now, Vedant, but what we do know is that her special aircraft actually landed here at the Hindon Air Force Base at around 5:36 p.m. And there are indications that National Security Advisor soon after went inside the aircraft and had a very long meeting with Sheikh Hasina. And since then, she has been in touch with Indian officials here. Her plane is getting refueled. That's what also the sources were telling us. In fact, there is a hangar here where C-17 and C-130J Super Hercules aircrafts are usually kept. So her special aircraft is parked near this hangar inside a huge Hindon Air Force base here. One official said that for some time she was in the guest house as well, which is deep inside Hindon Air Force Base. Our colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar has informed us that security officials are indicating that she may fly to London around 1 a.m. And there's a lot of discussion happening that if she decides to fly out from Hindon Air Force Base, then those people who are with her, who have flown from Bangladesh with her, including her sister, will they also be accompanying Sheikh Hasina, or whether she'll be flying alone from here? I mean, we're getting all kinds of inputs now. But for the moment, what is confirmed is that for 4.5 hours inside, Sheikh Hasina is still inside. The special aircraft of Bangladesh Air Force has been parked near the hangar where the C-17 aircrafts are usually kept. And for some time, she was in the guest house. But beyond that, there are different conflicting reports that we are getting. But Mukesh Singh Sengar, our associate editor who covers security, has quoted senior security officials to say that she is likely to fly to London. Okay. But at the moment, there's a lot of discussion happening as to who will accompany her and who will not go with her.
All right, so thanks very much for being with us and getting us that update. Important there, as Himanshu is reporting, that she may fly off to London where she will seek asylum, but that is unclear. She's still at a guest house, perhaps at the Hindon Air Base, which is an Indian Air Force air base there, very close to New Delhi. It was the National Security Advisor who received Sheikh Hasina. But looking at the impact of the Bangladesh crisis along the border, well, the BSF, the Border Security Forces, have issued a high alert along the Indo-Bangladesh border. In fact, the Meghalaya government has also announced a curfew, a complete night curfew along its border with Bangladesh, and this is clearly the first impact of the crisis, the upheaval in Bangladesh. Of course, India there ramping up its vigil along the border, given the fact that the situation only seems to be spiraling out of control as far as Bangladesh is concerned. What we saw today was absolutely unprecedented, but this also, given the fact that Sheikh Hasina is in India as we speak, she's at the Hindon Air Base, which is why maintaining security and extra vigil along the border areas is extremely critical at this point.
Today we decided to impose curfew all along the international border with Bangladesh from tonight itself. And this curfew will be implemented only up to 200 meters inside the Indian territory from the 0 point or from the pillar, we call it, from the pillar, from the international pillar, 200 meters inside the Indian territory.
So India is keeping a close watch on the situation in Bangladesh. But moving now to our special focus on NDTV, the Wayanad landslides. Of course, the death toll continues to mount as far as Wayanad is concerned. The rescue operations have entered day 7. In fact, the entire area, the epicenter of the Wayanad landslides, has been divided into special zones to make sure that the rescue operations are facilitated. In fact, there you can see those very moving visuals of the mass burial at Wayanad of the unidentified bodies there. Take a look.
Today actually our forest party had conducted a search from the Kandampara side to the Parapampara side. Yesterday 18 persons who had come all the way from Nilambur, they got stranded in the Parapampara area and they could not go back. Today morning, along with the help of the NDRF, we conducted a search and we could locate them and they are very much safe. We could give them food and provisions, and the dead body which they had identified yesterday, that could be airlifted also.
देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है, वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए। मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पे एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया। वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं, पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं।
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there. So it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area. So it has to be exempted some particular area.
And well, NDTV is doing its bit with our Care for Kerala campaign. If you wish to join and do your bit and contribute to the rescue operations in Kerala, you can use the following credentials, the credentials and details on your screen, and donate. And moving now to the big headline from the Paris Games. Well, India's star shuttler Lakshya Sen went down fighting. In fact, he's missed his second bronze medal. So India's badminton challenge, in a sense, over at the Paris Games. But this is his coach, Prakash Padukone, hit out at athletes. In fact, he said that athletes must take responsibility for the loss. Remember, there have been back-to-back upsets and losses as far as badminton is concerned at the Paris Games. First PV Sindhu and now Lakshya Sen. Listen in.
Well, I think, it just maybe, the players were peak at that time. So, it's not that we could have probably got one bronze here also, just a matter of, one game, maybe a few points. So it doesn't mean, I think a combination of all the things which I said, things clicked in, I think you need a little bit of luck also, in especially in Olympics, you see, if you see the draw for Lakshya, it was so tough right from day one, he had a very tough, whereas some of the other players had a very easy round.
And my colleague Rika Roy is now joining us live from Paris. So Rika, interesting comments there from Prakash Padukone. He of course said that athletes must take responsibility. But talk to us about Lakshya Sen's match, because clearly a big upset there.
Well, he was taking on world number 7. We shouldn't be really saying it's a big upset. We all expected a medal of him. Given the way he was playing in the Paris Olympic Games, he'd come in as one of the underdogs. He had really ramped up his performance, beating the likes of Jonathan Christie, and then world number 12, world number 13, en route to this medal match. He fell against Victor Axelsen, could not go on to the gold medal match. We shouldn't say that he was a favorite, given that when he came into the Olympic Games before that, he didn't really have a great year, a great run of form. Also, he had lost in early stages of as many as 7 tournaments. But having come into the Paris Olympic Games, he displayed fantastic form, and that is where we, started expecting that Lakshya can rein in a medal. It's been a failure of badminton overall. None of the badminton players, the top players, were able to rein in a medal in this edition of the Games. Not even the most touted stars like PV Sindhu, the badminton doubles team of Satwik and Chirag. Really, Lakshya Sen was an outlier, and we'd expected a lot from him. But 4th place finish, I would still say, has been a commendable run for him, even though his mentor at the end of the day said that the players need to take responsibility for their losses, given how much they are being the government, the other agencies, Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, have come together to help these athletes. So that's basically the story at the end of
Right.
the day. Laksha not making to the podium, but we still have really talk about the commendable performances these athletes have delivered.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible run nevertheless, and thanks very much, Rika, for joining us with the latest there. Well, that's all the time that we have on the show from all of us here. Goodbye.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency
open fire. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meets Sheikh Hasina and receives her at the IAF Air Base at Hindon. The Prime Minister here in India is briefed at the Cabinet Security Meet at 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence. Jaishankar briefs PM Modi also amid the Bangladesh crisis. Meanwhile, the Border Security Forces issues a high alert along the Indo-Bangladesh border. Curfew also along Meghalaya's border with Bangladesh. In other news, rescue efforts continue in Wayanad. A mass burial of unidentified bodies in Wayanad. The death toll rises to 14 meanwhile in Himachal Pradesh as cloudbursts being reported across cities. Shuttler Lakshya Sen misses his bronze at the Paris Olympics. Meanwhile, coach Padukone schools athletes after Olympics losses. He is the coach of both PV Sindhu and Lakshya Sen. He says players should take responsibility for the loss. And it's endgame Hasina indeed, as unprecedented scenes unfolded in Bangladesh today. The parliament has been ransacked, the Prime Minister's residence has been taken over by protesters as Sheikh Hasina has been forced to quit after an ultimatum from the army, and she is now flown to India. In fact, Sheikh Hasina landed at the Hindon Air Base in India a short while back. What is her next pit stop? Of course, there's no clarity on that, but there's anarchy on the streets of Bangladesh. There you can see those unprecedented visuals. In fact, this is a visual from earlier today when Sheikh Hasina was airlifted to safety, and these are visuals of protesters taking over Sheikh Hasina's home there. In fact, absolutely unprecedented visuals coming in as Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue was vandalized as well. It was targeted. Scenes that were unreal and unexpected. In fact, this is a parliament, the main parliament of Bangladesh, that was ransacked today by protesters. There you can see protesters inside the parliament. In fact, these are protesters who have been, agitating on the streets of Bangladesh for the past couple of weeks. In fact, the main Dhaka palace has also been besieged. In fact, that also has been taken over. Absolutely unprecedented visuals there. There's loot, arson, violence across Bangladesh. Many protesters celebrating as well as Sheikh Hasina has been forced to fly out of Bangladesh amid anarchy. Remember, the Awami League office was also set on fire. Scenes that have been absolutely unprecedented. But this is not the first time that Sheikh Hasina has fled, where she seeks asylum. Of course, all of that remains to be seen. She is currently in India. It was National Security Advisor Ajit Doval who received Sheikh Hasina there as well. In fact, there was a crucial cabinet security meet as well. The Prime Minister was briefed at that crucial CCS meeting at 7 LKM, which is the Prime Minister's residence. So that is crucial as well. Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, the army chief has appealed for peace. He says the army will not open fire. Listen in to what he had to say.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
And my colleague Disha Bagchi is now joining us live from the NDTV newsroom. She's been tracking this story very, very closely. So Disha, what next for Bangladesh? Because that clearly is the focus right now, given the fact that there's anarchy on the streets. The army, of course, now is in control. But how will order be restored in the country?
Right, Vedant. So, as you mentioned, and as we've seen the visuals throughout the day today, lakhs of people, lakhs of protesters were on the ground, ransacking different government residences, government offices, including Sheikh Hasina's residence, as well as the parliament. Now, in terms of what's next, so the army chief did say that now they're going to form an interim government, and there have been statements coming out saying that in the next 24 hours is when this interim government will be set up, which will include, the leaders of different opposition parties in Bangladesh. Now, in terms of the law and order situation in Bangladesh, violence is continuing on the streets. There's been cases of arson and vandalizing continuing on the streets, while the army chief has said that if the protesters cooperate with the armed forces and the situation comes to control, he has ordered the armed forces and the police forces not to fire at protesters. But there is still a situation of turmoil and violence in the country. Things have not yet calmed down, and there is continuing unrest in the country. So it's really a scene of waiting and watching to see what happens next in Bangladesh. In terms of Sheikh Hasina, now Sheikh Hasina, as you also mentioned, is currently in Delhi. She has met NSA Ajit Doval. Now, in terms of what we're hearing is that while some say that she could leave India tonight for London, it is still unclear whether that is to happen or whether she is to remain in India. The UK government has yet to say anything about her request for asylum. So it is a very...
All right, we seem to... Okay, go ahead, Disha. In fact, the breaking news that's just coming in fact, news agency AFP is reporting this, that now the Bangladesh president has ordered the release of the jailed ex-prime minister and the opposition chief as well. So that sort of gives you a sense of how difficult it will be to restore order. Of course, there is on the streets, we see these protests continuing, but politically speaking, there has been a lot of sort of political excesses, as many would call out, as many would call in Bangladesh as well. So keeping all of this in mind, politically speaking, what could be the future for Bangladesh?
So, politically speaking, in terms of, as I mentioned, the army chief is to make this interim government. Now, it is to be seen which opposition parties will make up a majority of this government, as all of these party leaders and politicians are in talks with the army chief. As he mentioned in his statement today, that he is in conversation with the politicians as well as the student leaders and the leaders of these protesting groups. So, to understand firstly how to meet the demands of these protesters, as well as how to form this government which can bring some law and order into the country. Now, Sheikh Hasina's son has gone on to say in various media reports that Sheikh Hasina is unlikely to return to politics. So, indicating that now there's also going to be a shift in the Awami League leadership if she does not return to politics in Bangladesh. So,
Right.
a lot of political transformations coming in Bangladesh now.
Absolutely. Disha, thanks very much for joining us with the latest Z. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast this evening, Brigadier General Sakawat Hussain, who's the former election commissioner of Bangladesh. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. How do you see what's happening in Bangladesh? Many say, in fact, many voices from Bangladesh have pointed to the fact that, a re-election is perhaps the only solution going forward, because the protesters are clearly not satisfied. I mean, it has grown into a wider movement. Many of them, however, celebrating that Sheikh Hasina has flied out and she's resigned. Now the army is in control. But how do you see the future of Bangladesh? Of course, an army coup, as many would call it, isn't very favorable either.
Thank you very much. Actually, a very difficult situation, there's no doubt about it. The reason is that for the last 15 years, I would say a little more than 15 years, that outgoing Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been ruling the country with her iron hand. And she did what she did, not even iota of democratic process, not even her parliament, or her cabinet, which has been taken into confidence, whatever actions she has been taking. So what happens is the deprivation. Number one is the deprivation of people not voting for last 15, 16 years. And then, of course, the rise of prices, corruption, then, of course, the joblessness. And, of course, on the top is that our bad governance. All these have accumulated. And it had to happen because the party has collapsed. Because of the fact that the party was run by Sheikh Hasina herself. So the party has collapsed, and what you see is that this kind of vandalism, which is not acceptable, is not supported. Neither the military rule will be supported by the agitators, particularly the students and the civil society. Therefore, this is some kind of a difficult dilemma here.
Right.
And then,
in fact, sir, the defining image of the day, and if you can bring that up, this particular image of Mujibur Rahman's statue being vandalized, it says a lot about the seething anger in Bangladesh, the simmering anger in Bangladesh, because what started off as an anti-reservation protest has clearly grown into a wider movement. What we're seeing in Bangladesh, reminiscent of what we saw in Colombo, how the PM's house was ransacked, the parliament was attacked, the statue was vandalized in this way. It speaks a lot about what's really been, simmering beneath the surface in Bangladesh that has finally gotten this sort of outlet.
Yes, of course. That's what exactly I said. You've been imposing everything that of the wish, just talking about that freedom fight and the spirit of freedom fight without being then categorizing people pro liberation, of anti-liberation after 15 years. So dividing everything and not listening to the people, not having any contact with the people. And the endemic corruption within the party, corruption within the government, so much so that Prime Minister laughingly said that my peon had taken 400 crore Dhaka and it was flying by helicopter. So you can imagine the depth of the corruption.
Absolutely.
No action has been taken so far, and these statues and other things have been imposed by the cronies.
And as you also pointed out, the party is in a sense reached the end of road, given the fact that you also had Sheikh Hasina's son hinting at no possible return for Sheikh Hasina. So of course a turbulent time certainly for Bangladesh. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Himanshu Shekhar, in fact, our senior colleague, is also joining us live from the Hindon Air Base, where Sheikh Hasina landed this evening. So, Himanshu sir, what are you hearing? Is Sheikh Hasina expected to take off later tonight? There were also reports of her plane being sort of fueled. What is the update from the Hindon Air Base? Will she spend the night in India?
Well, but difficult to answer now, Vedant, but what we do know is that her special aircraft actually landed here at the Hindon Air Force Base at around 5:36 p.m. And there are indications that National Security Advisor soon after went inside the aircraft and had a very long meeting with Sheikh Hasina. And since then, she has been in touch with Indian officials here. Her plane is getting refueled. That's what also the sources were telling us. In fact, there is a hunger here where C-17 and C-130J Super Hercules aircrafts are usually kept. So her special aircraft is parked near this hangar inside a huge Hindon Air Force base here. One official said that for some time she was in the guest house as well, which is deep inside Hindon Air Force Base. Our colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar has informed us that security officials are indicating that she may fly to London around 1 a.m. And there's a lot of discussion happening that if she decides to fly out from Hindon Air Force Base, then those people who are with her, who have flown from Bangladesh with her, including her sister, will they also be accompanying Sheikh Hasina, or whether she'll be flying alone from here? I mean, we're getting all kinds of inputs now. But for the moment, what is confirmed is that for 4.5 hours inside, Sheikh Hasina is still inside. The special aircraft of Bangladesh Air Force has been parked near the hangar where the C-17 aircrafts are usually kept. And for some time, she was in the guest house. But beyond that, there are different conflicting reports that we are getting. But Mukesh Singh Sengar, our associate editor who covers security, has quoted senior security officials to say that she is likely to fly to London. Okay. But at the moment, there's a lot of discussion happening as to who will accompany her and who will not go with her.
All right, so thanks very much for being with us and getting us that update. Important there, as Himanshu is reporting, that she may fly off to London where she will seek asylum, but that is unclear. She's still at a guest house, perhaps at the Hindon Air Base, which is an Indian Air Force air base there, very close to New Delhi. It was the National Security Advisor who received Sheikh Hasina. But looking at the impact of the Bangladesh crisis along the border, well, the BSF, the Border Security Forces, have issued a high alert along the Indo-Bangladesh border. In fact, the Meghalaya government has also announced a curfew, a complete night curfew along its border with Bangladesh, and this is clearly the first impact of the crisis, the upheaval in Bangladesh. Of course, India there ramping up its vigil along the border, given the fact that the situation only seems to be spiraling out of control as far as Bangladesh is concerned. What we saw today was absolutely unprecedented, but this also, given the fact that Sheikh Hasina is in India as we speak, she's at the Hindon Air Base, which is why maintaining security and extra vigil along the border areas is extremely critical at this point.
Today we decided to impose curfew all along the international border with Bangladesh from tonight itself. And this curfew will be implemented only up to 200 meters inside the Indian territory from the 0 point or from the pillar, we call it, from the pillar, from the international pillar, 200 meters inside the Indian territory.
So India is keeping a close watch on the situation in Bangladesh. But moving now to our special focus on NDTV, the Wayanad landslides. Of course, the death toll continues to mount as far as Wayanad is concerned. The rescue operations have entered day 7. In fact, the entire area, the epicenter of the Wayanad landslides, has been divided into special zones to make sure that the rescue operations are facilitated. In fact, there you can see those very moving visuals of the mass burial at Wayanad of the unidentified bodies there. Take a look.
Today actually our forest party had conducted a search from the Kandambara side to the Parapampara side. Yesterday 18 persons who had come all the way from Nilambur, they got stranded in the Parapampara area and they could not go back. Today morning, along with the help of the NDRF, we conducted a search and we could locate them, and they are very much safe. We could give them food and provisions, and the dead body which they had identified yesterday, that could be airlifted also.
देश भर में हम लोगों ने ट्री आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट लगाने के लिए भी और डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट के लिए भी एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान चलाया है। मुझे लगता है इस तरह के अभियान हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा चलाने चाहिए और कम से कम उन एरियाज़ में जहाँ मिट्टी का कटाव पेड़ों के कटने के कारण होता है वहाँ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगाने चाहिए। मैं वायनाड गया तो वहाँ के चर्च वगैरह के भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आते रहे, तो मैंने उन्हें कहा कि भाई आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ इस पर एक सही तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट भिजवाइए। फिर बाद में मैंने फॉर्मर डीजी संजय कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में कमेटी का भी गठन किया। वो भी लगातार 1 साल तक जा रहे हैं, पर जो रिपोर्ट्स स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को देने चाहिए, जो सबमिशन देने चाहिए, वो निश्चित रूप से वो देने में देरी कर रहे हैं।
No, the state government has already unanimously passed the resolution in the state legislative assembly that to extend the area or exempt the area, some area from the ecologically sensitive area. That is a unanimous resolution passed by the state legislative assembly. The government has to consider it. Now they have already declared 133 villages that was existence as per the Kasturi Rangan report. Our suggestion is, because the habitation of the people there and so many other issues were there, so it is after having an expert committee study, the state government has suggested to have an amendment to the ecologically sensitive area, so it has to be exempted some particular area.
And well, NDTV is doing its bit with our Care for Kerala campaign. If you wish to join and do your bit and contribute to the rescue operations in Kerala, you can use the following credentials, the credentials and details on your screen, and donate. And moving now to the big headline from the Paris Games. Well, India's star shuttler Lakshya Sen went down fighting. In fact, he's missed his second bronze medal. So India's badminton challenge, in a sense, over at the Paris Games. But this is his coach, Prakash Padukone, hit out at athletes. In fact, he said that athletes must take responsibility for the loss. Remember, there have been back-to-back upsets and losses as far as badminton is concerned at the Paris Games. First PV Sindhu and now Lakshya Sen. Listen in.
Well, I think, it just maybe, the players were peak at that time. So, it's not that we could have probably got one bronze here also, just a matter of, one game, maybe a few points. So it doesn't mean, I think a combination of all the things which I said, things clicked in, I think you need a little bit of luck also, in especially in Olympics, you see, if you see the draw for Lakshya, it was so tough right from day one, he had a very tough, whereas some of the other players had a very easy round.
And my colleague Rika Roy is now joining us live from Paris. So Rika, interesting comments there from Prakash Padukone. He of course said that athletes must take responsibility. But talk to us about Lakshya Sen's match, because clearly a big upset there.
Well, he was taking on world number 7. We shouldn't be really saying it's a big upset. We all expected a medal of him. Given the way he was playing in the Paris Olympic Games, he'd come in as one of the underdogs. He had really ramped up his performance, beating the likes of Jonathan Christie, and then world number 12, world number 13, en route to this medal match. He fell against Victor Axelsen, could not go on to the gold medal match. We shouldn't say that he was a favorite, given that when he came into the Olympic Games before that, he didn't really have a great year, a great run of form. Also, he had lost in early stages of as many as 7 tournaments. But having come into the Paris Olympic Games, he displayed fantastic form, and that is where we, started expecting that Lakshya can rein in a medal. It's been a failure of badminton overall. None of the badminton players, the top players, were able to rein in a medal in this edition of the Games. Not even the most touted stars like PV Sindhu, the badminton doubles team of Satvik and Chirag. Really, Lakshya Sen was an outlier, and we'd expected a lot from him. But fourth place finish, I would still say, has been a commendable run for him, even though his mentor at the end of the day said that the players need to take responsibility for their losses, given how much they are being the government, the other agencies, Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, have come together to help these athletes. So that's basically the story. At the end of the day, Laksha not making to the podium, but we still have really talk about the commendable performances these athletes have delivered.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible run nevertheless, and thanks very much, Rika, for joining us with the latest there. Well, that's all the time that we have on the show from all of us here. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download.
Sheikh Hasina flies to India after being ousted as Bangladesh's Prime Minister. An ugly end to Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule. The army takes over as Bangladesh slips into anarchy. Our big NDTV exclusive, Sheikh Hasina's son on NDTV. He says, "My family asked Sheikh Hasina to leave the country amid chaos." Sheikh Hasina's son tells NDTV, hope elections are held soon. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval meets Sheikh Hasina at the IAF Air Base. He receives Sheikh Hasina there. The Prime Minister also briefed at the Cabinet Security meeting. Jaishankar briefs PM Modi amid the Bangladesh crisis. Meanwhile, the Bangladesh army says the curfew will be lifted across Bangladesh. Bangladesh schools and businesses to reopen as well. The army's bid to restore order amid anarchy. India ramps up vigil as the Bangladesh situation spirals out of control. The BSF issues a high alert along the border. Meanwhile, curfew also along Meghalaya's border with Bangladesh. Meanwhile, in Wayanad, moving scenes as a mass burial of the unidentified bodies have been conducted. Rescue operations enter day 7. Meanwhile, in the hills, the death toll rises to 14 amid the Himachal cloudburst. Lakshya Sen misses another bronze at the Paris Games. This as coach Prakash Padukone schools the athletes. He says athletes must take responsibility for the loss. And it's endgame Sheikh Hasina, with Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule coming to an ugly end. Well, anarchy on the streets of Bangladesh and truly unprecedented scenes as Sheikh Hasina was forced to resign after an army ultimatum, and she is now flown out of Bangladesh and she landed at the Hindon Air Base in India. In fact, she's still there. What is her next moves? Whether she will seek asylum in the UK, as many reports suggest, that is still unclear. But unprecedented scenes on the streets of Bangladesh. There you can see the defining image of the day with Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue being vandalized. The army, of course, has taken over Bangladesh. Protests continue unabated across the country. This as the army chief has appealed for peace. He has also said that the nationwide curfew will be lifted. But there's celebration as well across Bangladesh, because this was a long-standing demand. The army chief has said that we won't open fire, but protesting students and all those protesting must return to their home. Meanwhile, the impact on India, the BSF has issued a high alert along the Indo-Bangla border. The Meghalaya government has also issued a curfew along the border. But our big NDTV exclusive, well, my colleague Mara Shakil spoke to Sheikh Hasina's son. But before that, let's take a look at the report as to how the situation panned out through the day.
End of an era in Bangladesh, with former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigning and fleeing from the country, landing at India's Hindon Air Base. Lakhs of demonstrators took to the streets to celebrate an end to her 15-year rule. The army has taken over, announcing that an interim government would be formed. Protests and clashes resulted in hundreds of deaths and thousands injured since mid-July. The army chief urged protesters to work with them to bring order back to the country. Defying military curfew, lakhs of Bangladeshi protesters took to the streets to celebrate her resignation, some even calling it a second day of independence.
Actually, it's our freedom. We get freedom after 15 years. And we proud our students, about our students. But now we have missed Mugdho, Tide, and a lot of students actually.
Angry mobs vandalized Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh's statue, and broke into the Prime Minister's residence and the parliament, looting anything they could lay their hands on, from expensive saris to animals and more. Hasina landed at Hindon Air Base near Delhi on Monday evening after much speculation about her destination. Reports indicated that she is expected to seek asylum in London. Indian National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Hasina at the base hours after landing. The Foreign Ministry is yet to react to the developments in Dhaka. External Affairs Minister Jay Shankar met with Prime Minister Modi to apprise the situation. The Cabinet Committee on Security also met at the Prime Minister's residence to discuss the crisis in the neighborhood. While Bangladesh has a history of military takeovers, it is yet to be seen how the situation in Dhaka will unfold and where Hasina will head to. With Disha Bakchi, Samia Afsar for NDTV World.
Sajib Wazid is the son of Prime Minister, or should I say former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. He's joining me right here on NDTV. Sajib, thank you so much. Your mother at present is here in New Delhi. Have you all managed to speak to her? What exactly is the situation?
Yes, I spoke to her this morning. Situation is, as you can see in Bangladesh, it's anarchy, but she's in good spirits, but she's very disappointed. It's very disheartening for her because it was her dream to turn Bangladesh into a developed country, and she worked so hard for it over the last 15 years, keeping it safe from militants as well, from terrorism. And in spite of all of that, this vocal minority in our opposition and the militants have now seized power.
And Sajib, is she on her way to a particular country, and how long is she expected to be here in India? I'm sure you would have some information on those lines.
No, actually, I don't. I didn't discuss any of that with her.
Okay, and when she left Bangladesh, particularly because the circumstances in which she has left Bangladesh raises a lot of questions, and post that we did see a lot of vandalism. The Prime Minister's home was vandalized, the Parliament has been vandalized, and of course the statue of Sheikh Mujib has been vandalized as well. So when you look at these images, what are the thoughts of the family?
It's one of disappointment, anger, that My grandfather liberated the country, and they killed him and my entire family. And now, the same powers these are the minority that opposed the independence of Bangladesh itself. And so now they're using this opportunity to basically deny and destroy our, hard-fought struggle for freedom. And it's very disheartening to see that the majority of Bangladesh are just staying silent.
And reports are also coming in that, perhaps by tomorrow morning, curfew will end and schools and businesses will reopen. That's what military is saying. So what appears is that this has been the demand of the protesters, that your mother must quit. And after that, situation is going to be normal. Are you hopeful of that?
I doubt the army will be able to... things will normalize that fast, because right now what is happening is that our opposition and the militants, they're not only vandalizing, they're also hunting our party members, our leaders, our former ministers, and even from what I'm hearing, minorities. So I don't think the violence has ended, unfortunately.
So you are of the opinion that this will not end the violence?
I don't think so.
So your mother's exit from the country will not really end the violence, is your opinion of the family?
No, that is my opinion. That is my personal opinion.
Okay, and Sajib, when the former prime minister left the country, could she have stayed there and been with her people rather than leaving the country? I mean, what forced her to leave the country?
We did, the family. She wanted to stay. She did not want to leave the country at all. But we kept insisting that it wasn't safe for her. We were concerned with her physical safety first.
Okay, and
so we persuaded her to leave.
Okay, and what is it that the family expects next?
Well, we hope that there will be elections in Bangladesh, but at this time, with our party people and our party leaders being targeted, I don't see how free and fair elections would be possible. And unfortunately, it's in a way, it's it's no longer the family's responsibility. We have shown what we can do. We have shown how much we can develop Bangladesh, and if the people of Bangladesh aren't willing to stand up for that, if they're willing to let this violent minority seize power, then people get the leadership they deserve.
So a lot of disappointment in the family. You're of the opinion that your mother did the best she could for the country?
Absolutely. And I think now Bangladesh, if the Awami League cannot participate in election, and I do believe the Awami League still remains popular and in fact still remains the most popular party in the country. And if there are free and fair elections, I'm confident that the Awami League would win. But under the present circumstances, it's that is why they're trying to destroy the Awami League physically. They've destroyed our party offices as well. And under those circumstances, unfortunately, BNP Jamaat has a chance of coming back to power, and we've all seen what they were like the last time. They ran the country into the ground. They ran the economy into the ground. They were the most corrupt government in the history of Bangladesh, and the militants had a free hand. They attacked minorities with impunity.
So Mara Shakil getting us that big exclusive. Meanwhile, India has ramped up vigil across the border with Bangladesh as well. In fact, the Meghalaya government has announced a night curfew for the entire border with Bangladesh. So of course, this is crucial as India is also monitoring the developments closely.
Today, we decided to impose curfew all along the international border with Bangladesh from tonight itself. And this curfew will be implemented only up to 200 meters inside the Indian territory from the 0 point or from the pillar, we call it, from the pillar, from the international pillar, 200 meters inside the Indian territory.
So India also ramping up vigil there. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Sheikh Hasina flies to India after being ousted as the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. She may take off for London later. The army takes over as Bangladesh slips into anarchy. Meanwhile, the Bangladesh army is set to lift the nationwide curfew. Schools and businesses to reopen tomorrow. Rescue efforts continue in Wayanad. The mass burial of those unidentified was conducted in the state as well.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.